The Enlightened Path. Chapter 1. The Distressed Call. It was one of those dreary, drizzly Fridays in late September that just make you want to curl up with a good book and a hot cup of something strong. You know the type, the bone-chilling dampness that seeps under your skin and takes up residence, turning your joints to rusted hinges. The kind of day horror writers dream about. Natalie Winters sat hunched over her desk, lost in thought, as the anemic light struggling through the grimy window of her cramped office grew dimmer by the minute. Piles of old case files formed haphazard towers around her, the dusty stacks a monument to both solved mysteries and lingering loose ends. The air hung heavy and stale, thick with the mingled scents of old coffee, yellowing paper, and the faintest whiff of perfume from the rare client who still darkened her door these days. It had been a slow month for the savvy private investigator, and the monotony was starting to wear thin, an itch building under her skin that no amount of scratching could soothe. She craved a juicy new case to sink her teeth into, something to get the synapses firing and the adrenaline pumping again. As if on cue, the shrill ring of the phone shattered the oppressive silence, causing Natalie to practically jump out of her skin. Her hand reflexively twitched toward the holstered .38 she wore at her hip as her heart stuttered and raced. She narrowed her eyes at the jangling plastic contraption, a tingle of anticipation and dread dancing up her spine. After years honing her investigative chops on these mean streets, Natalie's instincts had become razor-sharp, a sixth sense for sniffing out trouble. And something about the frantic, insistent ring set alarm bells clanging in her head. On the third ring, she snatched up the receiver, the plastic cold and uninviting against her palm. "Natalie Winters, private investigator," she announced in a crisp, no-nonsense tone that belied the nervous energy sizzling through her veins. "How can I help you?" The voice that crackled through the earpiece was female, laced with the unmistakable tremors of raw panic and desperation. "Miss Winters, my name is Victoria Camden, please. I need your help, desperately. It's my daughter, Olivia. She's gone missing." The words tumbled out in a rush, as if speaking them aloud might somehow make them less true. A familiar leaden weight settled in Natalie's gut at the words, her mouth suddenly desert dry. "I see. I'm very sorry to hear that, Mrs. Camden. Why don't you take a deep breath and start from the beginning? Tell me what happened." She kept her tone soothing, but a thorny tangle of dread unfurled in her chest. Missing persons cases were always a dice roll, a frantic race against time, with the terrifying possibility that each ticking second brought the victim closer to a grim fate. Victoria sucked in an audibly shaky breath, voice quavering as she launched into her tale. "Olivia was a student at Barnard College, bright, ambitious, her whole life ahead of her. But she was always a bit lost, I suppose you'd say, searching for something more, some higher purpose or meaning." Natalie made a non-committal sound, scribbling notes on a pad. It was a familiar refrain, one she'd heard countless times from concerned parents. The siren song of youth, that restless yearning for something deeper, richer, more authentic. And all too often, it led those hungry young seekers straight into the jaws of. "About a month ago, Olivia dropped out of school out of the blue." Victoria's words cut through Natalie's musings like a blade. "Packed a bag and took off for some potting town in Colorado. She'd gotten mixed up with this group, the Enlightened Path they called themselves. One of those new age hippie outfits, you know the type. All about expanding consciousness and spiritual awakening." Her tone dripped with equal parts sorrow and derision. A coldness seeped through Natalie at the words, an icy dread sliding down her spine. In her line of work, She'd seen more than her fair share of wide-eyed believers suckered in by the promise of enlightenment, only to get chewed up and spit out by the mastermind behind the curtain. Or worse. She thought of the sensational headlines, the grainy photos of glassy-eyed, smiling victims, dredged up years after the fact. She shook off the morbid reverie, forcing herself to focus on Victoria's voice buzzing in her ear. At first, we got calls and emails pretty regularly. Olivia sounded different, distant, like she was drifting away from us. But she always insisted she was fine, that she was finding herself up there in the mountains. Victoria's voice wavered, thick with unshed tears. But for the past 2 weeks, nothing, radio silence. I've left messages, sent emails, but it's like she vanished off the face of the earth. Natalie's pen stilled on the pad, a sick, sinking feeling opening up in her gut. The hairs at the nape of her neck stood at attention, some primal instinct screaming that something was very, very wrong here. And what happened when you tried to reach out to this Enlightened Path group directly? She asked, fighting to keep her tone neutral. Surely someone there must know where she is, what she's... They gave me the runaround, Victoria spat, equal parts anguished and furious. Olivia is focusing on her spiritual growth right now. She's in seclusion and can't be disturbed. I could hear the condescension dripping from every word. Like I'm just some hysterical mother who doesn't understand the grand mission my daughter's undertaken. Natalie gritted her teeth, an icy anger sparking to life in her chest. The sheer, unmitigated gall of these groups never failed to make her blood boil. Preying on lost, vulnerable souls, exploiting their deepest fears and insecurities, all in the name of enlightenment, it turned her stomach. And now they had Olivia in their clutches, doing God knows what. Mrs. Camden, Natalie said, deliberately pitching her voice low and steady, based on what you've told me, I think you have every reason to be concerned. This situation has all the classic warning signs of a group using coercive control tactics to isolate and manipulate its members. I've seen it far too many times, and it never ends well. She paused, considering her next words carefully. If you want my help, I'll take the case. I can't make any promises, but I'll do everything in my power to find Olivia and bring her home safely to you, whatever it takes. A shuddering sigh crackled through the phone line, heavy with pure, desperate relief. Yes, yes, please, Miss Winters, I'll pay any price, do anything, just bring her back to me before it's too late. Natalie closed her eyes briefly, tamping down the old familiar cocktail of emotions that rose in her throat. How many times had she heard those same words, made those same promises? And how many times had it ended in tears and recriminations, in the ashen faces of the ones left behind? But she shoved those dark memories down deep, reaching for the sturdy bedrock of purpose that had gotten her through 100 heroin cases. She was darn good at what she did, and Olivia Camden needed her now, needed someone in her corner who wouldn't stop fighting until she was safe. Everything else was just noise. All right, Mrs. Camden, she said, crisp and efficient now that a course of action crystallized before her. I'll need everything you have on this Enlightened Path group, e-location, contact information, any literature or mailings they've sent Olivia, every scrap of intel you've got. Of course, I'll send it all over right away, Victoria said, words tripping over themselves in her haste. Thank you, Miss Winters, truly, I don't know what I would do. Thank me when I bring Olivia home, Natalie said gently. For now, sit tight and try not to worry. The cavalry's on its way. She hung up the phone with a heavy click, the beginnings of a plan already starting to percolate in her brain. It would mean calling in every favor and connection she'd forged in her years pounding the pavement, leaving no stone unturned in her pursuit of the truth. But if there was one immutable law that Natalie Winters had staked her reputation on, it was this: she didn't give up. Not ever. Pushing up from her chair with a determined set to her jaw, she grabbed her jacket from the coat rack, shrugging into the butter-soft leather like a knight donning armor. The comforting weight of the .38 nestled at her hip, an old friend that had seen her through more than one tight scrape. Then, with a last long look around the cluttered office that had been her home and haven these past 10 years, Natalie doused the light and slipped out into the rain-slicked night. Out there, past the grimy halos of the streetlights, Olivia Camden was waiting, needing her help. And come hell or high water, Natalie would tear this whole rotten conspiracy down brick by brick to find her. It was full dark by the time Natalie hit the rain-slicked streets. The anemic glow of the street lamps did little to dispel the gloom. If anything, it only seemed to deepen the impenetrable pockets of shadow pooling on every corner. Icy tendrils of mist drifted and curled over the sidewalk, and a scent of stale exhaust and decaying leaves hung heavy in the air. Pausing under the sputtering neon sign of a late-night pawn shop, Natalie dug in her pocket for a battered pack of cigarettes and lit one with a shaking hand, taking a deep drag. The nicotine flooded her system like a bomb, slowing the jagged whirl of her thoughts to a more manageable churn. As she stood there, wreathed in smoke, Natalie couldn't shake the feeling that this case was going to be different. More than just another missing person, another fraught and frantic search. Talking to Victoria Camden, hearing the raw anguish in her voice, Natalie had felt something, a bone-deep sense of wrongness, of rot and corruption spreading unchecked in the shadows. Whatever it was, one thing was crystal clear: Olivia Camden was in deep, deep trouble. The kind of trouble you didn't just walk away from. And it was up to Natalie to find her, to venture into that primal darkness and drag her back out into the light. Before it was too late. Before she was lost forever. Flicking away the cigarette butt, Natalie exhaled one last plume of smoke, watching it coil and writhe in the clammy air before dissipating into nothingness. Then, squaring her shoulders, she stepped forward and melted into the rainy night. She had work to do. Chapter 2: The Enigmatic Leader. Natalie Winters sat hunched over her computer, the glow of the screen reflecting off her glasses as she pored over the information Victoria Camden had provided. The Enlightened Path Retreat Center presented itself as a serene sanctuary for lost souls seeking personal growth and spiritual awakening. But as Natalie dug deeper, a gnawing sense of unease twisted her gut, the first threads of a much darker story beginning to unravel before her eyes. The cursor blinked on the screen, taunting her with each new revelation. Images of the sprawling retreat compound flickered past, rustic cabins nestled in the woods, a gleaming meditation hall, a tranquil pond shimmering in the sun. It all looked so idyllic, so perfectly Instagrammable. But something about those polished photos felt off to Natalie, too curated and controlled. Frowning, she clicked through to the About Us page, where a portrait of the retreat's enigmatic leader took center stage. Gabriel Rhodes gazed out from the screen with piercing blue eyes, his chiseled features arranged in a beatific smile. He was the picture of serenity and enlightenment, clad in flowing white robes that practically glowed against the lush green backdrop. But as Natalie studied that impossibly perfect face, a flicker of unease danced up her spine. There was something unsettling about Gabriel's eyes, a coldness that belied his warm expression. It was like looking at a painting where the perspective was just slightly off, giving the whole image an uncanny, disorienting feel. She scrolled further down the page, her eyes scanning the sparse biographical details. Gabriel was described as a visionary, a spiritual guide who had founded the Enlightened path after a profound awakening experience in the Himalayas. But beyond a few new agey platitudes about transcending the ego and awakening to one's true nature, the specifics of his background were frustratingly vague. Natalie's journalistic instincts tingled, the first inkling that she was on to something big. In her experience, people only kept secrets when they had something to hide. And Gabriel Rhodes, for all his charismatic charm, was hiding something. She could feel it in her bones. Her concentration was broken by the sound of footsteps behind her, the familiar tread of her partner, Ethan Price. Natalie didn't bother to look up, her eyes still glued to the screen as she called out, "Ethan, I've got something." She heard him make his way over to her desk, felt the warmth of his presence as he leaned a hip against the edge. "Lay it on me, Sherlock," he said, his tone light but undercut with an edge of anticipation. "What has that big, beautiful brain of yours uncovered?" Finally, Natalie glanced up, meeting Ethan's eyes over the rims of her glasses. He looked back at her with that crooked grin she knew so well, the one that never failed to kindle a spark of affection in her chest. They'd been partners for years now, first as journalists chasing down corruption and scandal, and now as private investigators taking on the cases that slipped through the cracks of the justice system. There was no one Natalie trusted more, no one she'd rather have watching her back. Ethan was her rock, her sounding board, the Watson to her Sherlock. Together, they were an unstoppable team. She took a breath, marshaling her thoughts. "The Enlightened path has been operating for over a decade," she began, "but the details about its leadership and activities are sketchy at best. According to what I found, the place is run by a guy named Gabriel Rhodes. He's the founder and head honcho, some kind of self-proclaimed spiritual leader." A flicker of recognition sparked in Ethan's eyes, his brow furrowing. "Gabriel Rhodes, why does that name ring a bell?" Natalie leaned back in her chair, steepling her fingers beneath her chin. "That's just it. There's hardly any public information on him. His background is a blank slate, and a retreat center itself is tighter than Fort Knox about its inner workings." She hesitated, chewing on her lower lip as she tried to find the right words. "But the breadcrumbs I've found, they're leading me to some pretty dark places, Ethan." He straightened at that, his posture shifting into high alert. "Don't leave me in suspense here. That's spell it." Natalie took a deep breath, steeling herself. "I've uncovered a pattern of disappearances and accidents connected to the Enlightened path over the years. Several people have checked into the retreat and then vanished without a trace." The words tasted bitter on her tongue, each syllable heavy with implication. Ethan's eyes widened, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. "Others have come back with mysterious injuries," Natalie continued grimly. "Or worse, there have been deaths, Ethan, deaths that were written off by the local authorities under some pretty damn questionable circumstances." A chill skittered down her spine, despite the warm summer breeze wafting through the open window. She could see the same sense of foreboding reflected in Ethan's face, his usually relaxed features tightening with concern. "Jesus," he breathed, scrubbing a hand over his stubbled jaw. "You're right. That sounds a hell of a lot more than your garden variety missing persons case. What are you thinking? Some kind of Jonestown situation, Waco?" "Maybe," Natalie murmured, her mind already racing ahead, tumbling the puzzle pieces of facts and conjecture until a picture began to form. An ugly picture, painted in shades of exploitation and suffering. Or maybe the Enlightened path is something else entirely, a cover for something darker. The possibilities hung in the air between them, each more chilling than the last. human trafficking, illegal experimentation, a cult preying on the vulnerable and lost. Natalie's stomach churned at the thought of Olivia Camden, caught up in any of it, a bright young woman led astray by false promises of enlightenment. She looked up at Ethan, seeing her own grim determination mirrored back at her. "Then I guess we'd better get to the bottom of this," he said. "And fast. What's our play?" Natalie took a deep breath, her resolve crystallizing into a plan. "I need you to go in, Ethan, go undercover at the Enlightened path and see what you can dig up from the inside." She saw the immediate objection forming on his lips and held up a forestalling hand. "I know it's dangerous," she said, "but we don't have a choice, whoever is behind this. They're slippery bastards. We need solid intel if we're going to blow the lid off this thing." For a long moment, Ethan just looked at her, his jaw clenching as he weighed the risks against the potential rewards. Natalie could practically see the wheels turning behind his eyes, the calculation of odds and angles. Finally, he blew out a breath and turned back to her with a crooked grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Well, I always did want to find myself," he quipped. "When do I leave?" Relief loosened the knot in Natalie's chest, but it was a fleeting feeling, chased by the leaden weight of responsibility. She was sending her best friend into the lion's den, and if anything happened to him... No. She wouldn't let her mind go there. They would crack this case, save Olivia, and expose the Enlightened path for the sham it was. There was no other option. Natalie mustered a smile, hoping it looked more confident than she felt. "As soon as we can get you packed and prepped. This is a race against time, and the clock's already ticking." With a nod, Ethan pushed off from the desk and headed out to make his arrangements, his steps purposeful and sure. Natalie watched him go, a flicker of anxiety twisting in her gut. She turned back to the scattered files and clippings littering her desk, her gaze falling on the smiling face of Olivia Camden. The girl stared out from a dog-eared missing persons flyer, her eyes bright with hope and promise. Natalie picked up the flyer, her fingers tightening around the edges as a surge of determination straightened her spine. "Hang on, Olivia," she thought fiercely. "We're coming for you. One way or another, we'll get to the truth. And God help anyone who tries to stand in our way." Chapter 3. Preparing for Infiltration. The sickly yellow glow of the aging desk lamp battled the encroaching shadows in Natalie's cramped apartment, casting a pallid sheen across the scattering of documents and glossy photos spread haphazardly across the scuffed and ring-stained coffee table. The once vibrant images of the Enlightened Path Retreat Center stared back at them, all lush gardens and beatific smiles that couldn't quite mask the insidious shadow lurking beneath the veneer of tranquility. A chill slithered down Natalie's spine. Yeah, this was definitely one of those cases, she thought. The kind that burrowed under your skin and made a home there. The kind you couldn't shake off like a bad dream come morning light. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees, and leveled her gaze at Ethan. In the lamplight, the angles of his face took on a chiseled severity, etched with a determination she'd come to know all too well. "Let's run it down one more time," she said, from the top. Ethan shifted on the threadbare couch, the worn springs creaking under his weight. He nodded, eyes still fixed on the brochures fanned out in front of him, like a bad poker hand. "I go in like I'm just another lost soul," he said, desperate and broken. "Ripe for the picking, gotta sell it like I'm chasing salvation in a bottle." His finger traced the swirling lines of the embossed Lotus logo, an echo of all the countless false prophets and snake oil peddlers who'd come before. Natalie watched him, searching his face for any flicker of doubt, any crack in the facade. Ethan was still green in so many ways, a few years shy of the hard-edged cynicism that came with the territory. But there was a toughness to him, too, a stubborn refusal to break that she couldn't help but admire. "Play up the rock-bottom angle," she said. "The deeper the hole, the bigger the redemption story, they won't be able to resist." A wry smile tugged at the corner of Ethan's mouth. "I'm thinking the whole country song deal, girls gone, dogs gone, trucks up on blocks in the front yard." Despite herself, Natalie huffed a quiet laugh, shaking her head. "Laying it on thick, but it works. The more pathetic, the better." She reached for a mug of coffee, long since gone tepid, her smile fading as quickly as it had come. "Just remember," she said, her voice losing its sardonic edge, "the minute you step through those gates, you're on your own out there. No backup, no contingency plan. It all goes sideways. You can't count on the cavalry riding in." There was a beat of silence, broken only by the distant wail of a siren somewhere out in the neon-washed night. Ethan met her eyes, his expression hardening into something like resolve, like tempered steel. "I'm not some bright-eyed rookie, Nat, I know the score, but this is Olivia we're talking about." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, mirroring her posture. "I'd follow you into hell if that's what it took, you know that." The words settled in Natalie's chest, heavy and warm all at once, an ember glowing in the dark. Her hand moved almost of its own volition, reaching out to grip Ethan's forearm, fingertips digging into corded muscle. His skin was warm, alive. It made the knot of dread in her stomach pull a little tighter. "That's what scares me, Ethan. I already lost her, I can't." Her voice caught, fraying at the edges. She swallowed hard against the sudden tightness in her throat. "I can't lose you, too." Ethan's hand came up to cover hers, calluses scraping against her skin, and something in his expression softened, just for a moment. "Hey," he said, voice low and roughened with an emotion she couldn't quite name. "You're not getting rid of me that easy. I'll be back before you can even miss me, live in tow hell, might even manage to slap the cuffs on a few of those sanctimonious bastards while I'm at it." Another startled laugh punched its way out of Natalie's chest, shattering the moment like sugar glass. She pulled her hand away, feeling suddenly awkward, too seen. "Big words, Serpico. Let's see you put your money where your mouth is." But there was no heat to her voice, just a wry sort of fondness. They lapsed into silence then, turning back to the task at hand, but the unspoken thing hung between them all the same, delicate and sharp-edged, flayed open and raw. Because that was the thing about this job, about the life they'd chosen. When you spent your days wading through the worst that humanity had to offer, you couldn't help but grasp at whatever light you could find, even if it was little more than a match flame guttering in the wind. The hours bled together as they worked, crafting an identity for Ethan, stitch by painful stitch. The washed-up writer, the go-nowhere jobs, the fiancé who'd left him at the altar and made off with his dog for good measure. They drilled the details until the words flowed like second nature, the emotions welling up raw and ugly and real. If Ethan was going to sell this, he had to believe it, had to feel it in his bones. By the time the watery light of dawn began to seep through the blinds, Natalie's head was pounding and her tongue felt thick and gluey with too much bad coffee. She pushed up from the couch, rolling the stiffness from her shoulders, and turned to face Ethan. He looked as strung out as she felt, hair mussed and eyes bloodshot, but there was a steel to his gaze that she recognized all too well. "Guess this is it," she said, trying for casual and missing by a mile. "You all set?" Ethan shot her a crooked grin, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "As I'll ever be." He shrugged into his jacket, patting the pockets like he was going through a pre-flight checklist. "Wish me luck, I guess." "Hey," Natalie said, stepping forward before her better judgment could catch up with her. She caught Ethan by the shoulders, pulling him into a fierce hug. He went stiff for a moment, surprised, but then his arms came up to wrap around her just as tightly, his chin coming to rest on the top of her head. "Don't do anything stupid out there," she muttered into his chest. "I need you back in one piece, you hear me?" She felt more than heard Ethan's chuckle, rumbling through him like distant thunder. "No promises, but I'll do my best." It took more effort than she would have liked to pull away, to step back and put that professional distance between them again. She clapped Ethan on the shoulder, shoving him gently towards the door. "Go on then, Serpico. Go save the world, one cult at a time." Ethan flashed her one last smile, quicksilver bright, and then he was gone, the door clicking shut behind him with a soft snick. And just like that, Natalie was alone, the silence of the apartment pressing in on her like a living thing. She sagged back against the door, scrubbing a hand over her face, fingers trembling against her will. It was always hard, watching your partner walk into the lion's den, knowing there wasn't a damn thing you could do to keep them safe. But this time it felt different. Bigger somehow. Like they were standing on the edge of something they might not come back from. She thought of Olivia, her brilliant, headstrong sister, lost somewhere behind those whitewashed walls and placid smiles. Of Ethan, so determined to play the hero, to bring her home no matter the cost. Her hands curled into fists at her sides, short nails biting into her palms. It was the most dangerous thing in the world, hope. It could build you up just as easily as it could break you. But maybe sometimes it was all you had. "Go get him, partner," she whispered to the empty room. "A prayer and a promise all in one. And you damn well better come back to me." Because that was the job, wasn't it? You fought the good fight, even when the deck was stacked, even when you knew in your bones that it would probably end bloody. You did it because you had to. Because if you didn't, who the hell else would? With a sigh, Natalie pushed off the door, swiping the case file off the coffee table and tucking it under her arm. The game was on now, for better or worse. Time to do what she did best, to dig deep, follow the leads, and hopefully unravel this whole sordid mess before it was too late. For all their sakes. Chapter 4. The Arrival. The drive from San Francisco to the Enlightened Path Retreat Center in the Colorado mountains had been a long and arduous one, but as Ethan Price pulled up to the compound's gates, he felt a surge of anticipation mixed with trepidation. This was it, the moment he had spent the last few days preparing for. Ethan killed the engine of his nondescript rental car, the sudden silence enveloping him like a thick blanket. He sat there for a long moment, hands gripping the steering wheel, staring out at the imposing wrought iron gates that loomed before him. Tall spires topped with ornate finials stretched skyward on either side, as if reaching for the heavens. The dark metal looked cold and unyielding. Beyond those gates lay the unknown, a world he was about to immerse himself in, for better or worse. The majestic snow-capped peaks of the Rockies towered in the distance, their craggy faces painted in shades of blue and gray by the lengthening shadows of late afternoon. A light breeze whispered through the tops of the pines surrounding the compound, carrying with it the crisp, clean scent of the mountains. With a deep breath, Ethan reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out the well-worn photograph of Olivia Thorne, the vibrant young woman whose disappearance had set this whole investigation in motion. Her smiling face gazed up at him, green eyes sparkling with mirth and mischief, chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders in wind-tossed curls. She looked so full of life, of promise, a stark contrast to the eerie stillness of the compound that stretched out before him. What secrets did this place hold? What had Olivia experienced behind those gates that made her vanish without a trace? Ethan's jaw clenched as he felt a flare of anger and determination. He would find out, one way or another. Returning the photo to his pocket, he took another deep breath, mentally reviewing the carefully crafted backstory he and Natalie had developed. He was no longer Ethan Price, seasoned private investigator. He was now Jack Sinclair, a man adrift and seeking purpose after the death of his wife. A man desperate enough to turn to a mysterious enlightenment retreat for answers. With a steely resolve, Ethan stepped out of his car, the soles of his boots crunching on the gravel driveway. He straightened his bomber jacket, checked that his hair was properly mussed into Jack's signature disheveled style, and approached the ornate wrought iron gates. His senses felt heightened, the susurrus of the breeze and chirping of mountain chickadees oddly loud in his ears. As he drew closer, Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled, and he glanced around surreptitiously, but saw no one. Just the towering ponderosa pines swaying gently in the breeze, as if whispering secrets to one another. He had the sudden fanciful notion that the very mountains had eyes. Ahead, the massive gates stood closed and implacable. No intercom or doorbell was evident. Ethan raised a hand, wondering if he should knock or call out, when... "Welcome to the Enlightened path, Mr. Sinclair." The mellifluous female voice startled Ethan, and he whirled around. A woman stood on the path behind him, as if she had materialized out of the very air. She was dressed in flowing white robes, and regarded him with a serene smile that didn't quite reach her eyes the palest shade of blue Ethan had ever seen, like chips of ice. "Thank you," Ethan said, attempting to gather his wits. He summoned a smile of his own, careful to project an air of vulnerability and openness. "How did you know it was me?" "We've been expecting you," the woman replied, her voice maintaining that same hypnotic cadence. She glided forward with ethereal grace to place a slender hand on the wrought iron gates, which swung open at her touch without a sound. "I am Sister Beatrice, please. Come with me. I'll show you to your cabin." With his heart pounding against his rib cage, Ethan followed Beatrice through the gates and down a winding path into the compound proper. He couldn't help but take in his surroundings with a keen eye, filing away details. The Enlightened Path Retreat Center was a sprawling, picturesque complex embraced by a verdant pine forest. The main lodge, vaguely Germanic in its architecture with stone and rough-hewn timber construction, was flanked by a dozen smaller cabins. To the north, a glass-walled meditation hall seemed to levitate above a tranquil koi pond, radiating a sense of serenity. But beneath the tranquil veneer, Ethan sensed something else, an undercurrent of tension, an almost primeval energy that set his nerves on edge. The air felt charged, as if before a lightning storm. He wondered if he was imagining it. "The Enlightened Path has been a sanctuary for spiritual seekers for over a decade now," Beatrice was saying as they walked. "Our founder, the visionary Gabriel Rhodes, has helped countless lost souls discover their true purpose." She turned her unsettling pale gaze on Ethan. "You are seeking purpose, are you not, Mr. Sinclair?" "I am," Ethan said, allowing a tremor of vulnerability to enter his voice. "After losing my wife, I feel adrift, purposeless. I'm hoping to find a renewed sense of meaning here." "You've come to the right place, then," Beatrice murmured. "Gabriel has a gift for shepherding people toward their destiny, but I must warn you, the path to enlightenment is not always a painless one. You must be prepared to surrender yourself completely to the journey." An involuntary shiver ran down Ethan's spine at her words, but he nodded. I understand. I'm ready to do whatever it takes. They arrived at a rustic one-room cabin set a little apart from the others. Wildflowers nodded in a window box and wind chimes tinkled softly from the eaves. With a beatific smile, Beatrice pressed an old-fashioned iron key into Ethan's palm. You're home for the duration of your stay. If you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to let us know. We are all here to support you on your journey, Mr. Sinclair. Thank you, Ethan said. I appreciate your hospitality. But even as he spoke the words, he felt a flicker of unease. Support or surveillance? Beatrice glided away, robes fluttering in the breeze. Ethan watched her go, then turned and stepped into the cabin, taking a moment to survey his new surroundings. The space was simple yet inviting, with a comfortable-looking bed covered in a quilt, a desk, and shelves lined with books. A stone fireplace promised cozy warmth against the mountain chill. He crossed to the back window, which offered a breathtaking view of the Rockies' jagged snow-capped peaks. But the view wasn't what held his attention. It was the sensation of being watched, of unseen eyes tracking his every move. Ethan told himself he was just on edge, paranoid, but he couldn't shake the feeling. Something about this place, with its eerie undercurrents beneath the tranquil surface, disturbed him deeply. Unpacking his duffel bag, Ethan mentally prepared himself for the challenging mission ahead, locating Olivia, and uncovering the truth about the Enlightened path, all while maintaining his Jack Sinclair persona. He changed into the khaki pants, flannel shirt, and fleece jacket that were Jack's standard attire, then pulled out the burner phone Natalie had given him. No messages yet, but he sent her a quick text to confirm his arrival. Just as he hit send, a soft knock sounded at the door. Ethan's pulse stuttered, and he froze, suddenly certain that his cover had somehow been blown. Myriad worst-case scenarios flashed through his head, a Gabriel's henchman come to confront the interloper, or something even worse. Hands trembling slightly, he crossed the room and opened the door. A young woman stood there, silhouetted by the golden late-afternoon light. Ethan's heart nearly stopped. He recognized her instantly from the photographs. It was Olivia Thorne herself, in the flesh. She looked much the same, yet indefinably altered. Her green eyes still sparkled, but a shadow haunted their depths. The bruise-like smudges beneath them spoke of sleepless nights and inner turmoil. "Hi, I'm Olivia," she said, offering a hesitant smile. "I saw you arrive and wanted to welcome you. I'm so glad you've come to join us on the path to enlightenment." Stunned, Ethan could only stare at her for a long moment. 1,000 questions burned on his tongue, but he bit them back. He couldn't break cover, not yet. Mustering what he hoped was a convincing smile, he shook Olivia's proffered hand, pulse racing at the contact. "It's nice to meet you, Olivia. I'm Jack. I'm really looking forward to the journey ahead." "It's challenging but so rewarding," Olivia said. "I've grown so much since coming here. Gabriel is an amazing teacher." She spoke with the fervor of the newly converted, eyes alight. The sight sent a chill down Ethan's spine. What had this place done to her? "I look forward to meeting him," Ethan replied, trying to match her enthusiasm. "I'm ready for a fresh start." Olivia smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "I should let you get settled. I'll see you at group meditation later." With a wave, she walked away, ponytail swinging. Ethan watched her go, determination crystallizing in his gut like ice. He would get to the bottom of what was happening here. Would find out the truth about Gabriel Rhodes and the Enlightened path, and God help anyone who got in his way. Olivia's haunted eyes lingered in his mind as he quietly closed the cabin door. Crossing to the bed, Ethan reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew the photo of happier times. "I'll save you," he whispered to the smiling Olivia. "I promise, whatever it takes." But even as he made the vow, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had just walked into the lion's den. That Gabriel Rhodes would not give up his secrets, or Olivia, without a fight. Ethan would have to tread very carefully indeed if he hoped to make it out of this place unscathed. Slowly, he returned the photo to his pocket, squaring his shoulders as he mentally stepped into the role of Jack Sinclair once more. It was time to fully immerse himself in the world of the enlightened path. And somewhere, in the back of his mind, a voice whispered, "Be careful what you wish for, Ethan. You just might get it." Chapter 5. The Teachings of Gabriel. As the days crawled by like a funeral procession, each one blurring indistinguishably into the next, Ethan found himself sinking ever deeper into the dull, monotonous rhythms of life at the Enlightened Path Retreat Center. It was the kind of place where time itself seemed to congeal, where the air hung heavy and oppressive with a sense of rotting stagnation masquerading as tranquility. Each groggy morning, the blaring klaxon of the wake-up bell jolted Ethan out of a fitful slumber on the hard, narrow cot that served as his bed. He groaned and stretched his aching limbs, the thin, scratchy sheets, tangled around his sweat-dampened body, providing little comfort against the night's bone-chilling cold that seeped in through the warped floorboards and poorly chinked log walls of the Spartan cabin he now called home. Fingers clumsy with sleep, he fumbled for the switch of the bare bulb that cast a pallid, sickly light over the cell-like room, illuminating the few meager possessions he'd been permitted to bring inside: a worn duffel bag of clothes, a scuffed hiking boot, a dog-eared paperback. Every other trapping of his former life, wallet, keys, phone, even his own name, had been stripped away, locked up on arrival like a prisoner relinquishing contraband. Heaving himself upright with a grunt, Ethan shuffled to the door on leaden feet, steeling himself to join the other dead-eyed participants gathered in the chilly pre-dawn gloom for what passed as a communal meditation session. Outside, a pale mist clung low to the ground, swirling around bare ankles and seeping icy tendrils through the thin cotton of his standard-issue tunic and pants. He took his place on one of the rough-hewn log benches arranged in a circle, the damp wood sending a fresh shiver down his spine. Around him, a motley assortment of hollow-cheeked men and women huddled in silence, jaws slack, eyes sunken and shadowed in ashen faces. From their midst rose a droning monotone, the muffled intonations of the retreat leader guiding them in a so-called mindfulness practice. "Breathe in suffering, breathe out release," the voice enjoined, the words spoken with a rote detachment belying their supposed profundity. "Let each inhalation draw the poison from the depths of your being. With each exhalation, feel it dissipate into the void." Ethan had been to his share of silent retreats in the past as part of his undercover work, but this was something else entirely, less a meditative experience and more a listless stupor broken only by the rumbling protests of empty stomachs and the occasional snore rippling through the ranks of semi-conscious bodies. It was like watching sleepwalkers going through the motions of wakefulness, automatons powered by little more than base impulse and conditioning. After an interminable span, the droning finally ceased and the participants began to file towards the main lodge for breakfast, moving with the halting arthritic steps of those unaccustomed to activity. Ethan followed the shambling procession, hands thrust deep in his pockets against the lingering chill. The cavernous dining room, a wood-paneled monstrosity with a vaulted beam ceiling, put Ethan in mind of an oversized mausoleum, some sepulchral space for entombing the decaying remnants of long-evaporated life. From its shadowed recesses wafted the unmistakable odor of institutional cooking, scorched oats, boiled cabbage, a whiff of disinfectant that made his gorge rise. Filing through the serving line, he accepted a chipped ceramic bowl filled with a tepid, glutinous substance optimistically labeled porridge and a slab of dark bread roughly the consistency of drywall, dispensed by a moon-faced kitchen worker whose fixed, empty smile never reached her eyes. He slumped onto a bench at one of the long communal tables, staring listlessly at the unappetizing meal. It was then, picking half-heartedly at the congealed slop that passed for breakfast, that Ethan first laid eyes on the man himself, a Gabriel Rhodes. Even from across the crowded room, the guru radiated a palpable aura of charisma and practiced charm, a megawatt smile flashing pearly teeth as he worked his way from table to table. Ethan watched the performance through narrowed eyes, taking in the subtleties of Gabriel's body language, the way he angled himself towards whichever acolyte was lucky enough to receive his attentions, establishing instant intimacy, the casual hand on a shoulder here, a knowing wink there. It was masterful, Ethan had to admit, this manipulation disguised as ministration. Gabriel had the innate confidence of a born charlatan, the unshakable belief in his own rightness. But there was something more, something lurking beneath the polished facade that sent a prickle down Ethan's spine. A coiled intensity, a fanatic light flickering deep in those cold, dark eyes. This was a man for whom charm was merely a mask, a means to an end, who would do whatever it took to bend others to his will. The kind of guy who might stare out wild-eyed from a wanted poster, his face linked to some unspeakable act of violence. Those unsettling thoughts still churning in his head, Ethan turned his gaze across the table and felt his breath catch in his throat. There, hunched over her own congealing bowl of mush, sat Olivia, the woman he'd risked everything to find. But the keen-eyed, vibrant young attorney he remembered bore little resemblance to the listless husk across from him. Her once luminous skin had faded to a sallow pallor, cheeks sunken, dark smudges like bruises beneath eyes gone dull and lifeless. The sharp intellect that had drawn him to her, that lively wit he'd so enjoyed verbally sparring with, seemed to have been leached away, leaving only a shell behind, a sleepwalker just like all the rest. Ethan clenched his jaw hard enough to make his teeth ache, white-hot rage bubbling up in his throat. To see her fire banked like this, her spirit broken on the wheel of Gabriel's half-baked mysticism. It was too much to bear. He'd sworn an oath to protect her, to keep her safe. Instead, he'd led her straight into the lion's den. And now he could only watch helplessly as that snake slowly sank his venomous fangs in, poisoning her by degrees. As if summoned by Ethan's roiling thoughts, Gabriel himself suddenly materialized behind Olivia, laying a proprietorial hand on her thin shoulder. "Olivia," he beamed, loudly enough for those nearby to overhear. "I can already see the changes in your energy. So much calmer. So much more at peace. You're really opening up." Olivia managed a wan smile, but Ethan could see the bleakness, the desperation lurking behind it. She was drowning in there, lost and alone, and this smug bastard was too blind, too tangled up in his own messianic delusions to even notice. Or worse, maybe he simply didn't care. Gabriel moved off to charm his next target, leaving Olivia to collapse in on herself once more. Ethan waited a beat, then another, before daring to reach across the scarred wooden table and cover her limp hand with his own. Her skin was cold, the delicate bones as fragile as a bird's under his palm. "Liv," he said softly, and something in his voice made her eyes flicker up to meet his. "Liv, it's me, I'm here." For a moment, he glimpsed a flash of the old Olivia in those haunted depths, a spark of recognition. Her lips parted as if to speak. And then it was gone, shuddered behind that unfocused stare as she carefully withdrew her hand from his. "I'm sorry," she murmured, already retreating back into herself. I have to go." And with that, she rose unsteadily from the bench and drifted off, a leaf borne on an invisible current, leaving Ethan staring after her, his heart a stone in his chest. Gabriel's silken poison was already coursing through her veins, clouding her mind. If he didn't find a way to break the spell, and soon he knew with sinking certainty that he would lose her for good. The days blurred into weeks, each one dragging slower than the last, an endless procession of limp lettuce, tasteless broth, the hollow aphorisms spouted by Gabriel and his glazed-eyed acolytes. Ethan felt his grip on reality starting to fray, the edges of his mind blurring with exhaustion, with the gnawing despair of helplessness. But through it all, one drive, one purpose remained needle-sharp: get Olivia out. Save her from this place, from the lies slowly strangling the light within her. Poring over his coded notes each night in the confines of his cell-like room, he sifted through the pieces of the puzzle, searching for some crack in the Enlightened path's facade, some way to tear aside the veil and expose the ugly truth festering beneath. Olivia was all that mattered now. Olivia and the vow he'd made, to her and to himself. He'd break her free from this pastel-painted purgatory if it was the last thing he did, drag Gabriel's 6 secrets into the light, and watch his empire of manipulation crumble. And make that oily snake pay. For every stolen smile, every haunted shadow in Olivia's eyes. For daring to sink his fangs into something so pure and precious. That, Ethan swore to the chill darkness, was a reckoning long overdue. No matter the cost, no matter how deep he had to wade into the muck of human depravity, Olivia would not become another of Gabriel's hollow-eyed sleepwalkers. Not while Ethan still lived and breathed. His heart, his mind, his every drive and impulse, bent around that single, diamond-sharp determination. "Hold on, Liv," he prayed as he sank onto the thin, lumpy pallet that served as his bed. "Just hold on a little longer. I'll find a way to bring you back, to scour every last drop of poison from your veins. And if I have to burn this whole twisted place to ashes to do it, then Gabriel had better start running. Because there's nowhere he can hide from what's coming for him." That dark promise followed Ethan down into the restless oblivion of sleep. "Hold on, Liv. I'm coming." Chapter 6: The Hidden Agenda. Back in San Francisco, while Ethan was getting himself neck-deep in trouble at that godforsaken hippie retreat in Colorado, Natalie Winters was hard at work sticking her nose where it didn't belong. Sitting at her cluttered desk, surrounded by empty coffee cups and fast food wrappers, she clicked and scrolled and scribbled, determined to get to the bottom of what was really going on with this so-called enlightened path. The cramped office was silent except for the hum of the aging desktop computer and the occasional blare of a car horn from the street below. Natalie hardly noticed the chaos, so laser-focused was she on combing through the myriad open tabs and documents littering her screen. The bluish glow illuminated the dark circles under her eyes and the deep creases of concentration lining her brow. On the surface, the enlightened path seemed innocent enough. A bunch of lost souls finding themselves. All that new age mumbo-jumbo. Smiling faces in flowing linen, saccharine testimonials about inner peace and higher consciousness. But Natalie had been around the block enough times to know that if something smelled fishy, it was probably last week's tuna salad. And boy oh boy, did this place reek like a Red Lobster dumpster in August. The signs were subtle at first, easy to overlook or dismiss as coincidence. A missing person here, a questionable financial transaction there. But the deeper Natalie dug, the more the coincidences piled up, coalescing into an undeniable pattern of something sinister lurking beneath the placid surface of the retreat. She leaned back in her creaky office chair, rubbing her tired, bloodshot eyes. The computer screen swam in front of her, a jumble of hazy words melting together into an illegible blur. Maybe it was time to call it a night. No. Natalie sat up straight, slapping her cheeks, the sting jolting her back to full alertness. Ethan was counting on her. Olivia Camden was counting on her. She couldn't afford to slack off now, not when she was so close to figuring it all out. Taking a swig of lukewarm Mountain Dew, the syrupy sweetness coating her tongue, she dove back in with renewed determination. Tap, tap, tap. Click, click, click. That naggingly familiar name surfaced again and again, bobbing up like a kernel of popcorn in boiling oil. Gabriel Rhodes. The esteemed leader, the master manipulator. She squinted at his grainy image on some second-rate spiritual blog, studying the strong jawline, the immaculately styled hair. Those piercing blue eyes seemed to stare right through the screen, right into her soul. That too-white smile, like a shark that just spotted a floundering seal pup, sent a shiver down her spine. "There's more to you than meets the eye, isn't there, you slippery bastard?" Natalie muttered, tapping a chewed-up pencil against the edge of the desk. "What are you hiding behind that megawatt cult leader grin?" Wasn't that always the way with men? Her ex-husband's smug face sprang unbidden to mine, all charm and smiles on the outside, while all kinds of nasty secrets festered beneath. Well, Natalie specialized in digging up dirt, and this Rhodes character was quickly shaping up to be the festering compost heap motherlode. Her fingers tapped faster, fueled by the electric crackle of adrenaline zipping through her exhausted body and the sharp salt and grease of the stale potato chips she mechanically shoveled into her mouth. Missing persons reports, unsolved deaths, freak accidents in the area surrounding the retreat. Once is coincidence, twice is suspicious, but this many. This was a pattern of something very rotten in the state of Colorado. The musty office faded away, Natalie's vision tunneling until the glowing screen consumed her entire world. She hardly felt the numbness spreading up her legs from sitting for so long, barely registered her body's needs for sleep, for food, for basic human comfort. The hunt was on now, the adrenaline singing in her veins, the compulsion to unravel this sordid mystery overriding all else. The digital clock in the corner of the screen ticked past 3 a.m. as the ugly truth began to take shape, an awful, twisted thing growing more monstrous with every new connection Natalie uncovered. The Enlightened path wasn't just some touchy-feely retreat center. It was a front for something bigger, something insidious. And it had its grubby tentacles wrapped around some disturbingly powerful people, sunk deep into the heart of the city Natalie called home. Marcus Delaney. The name glowed on her monitor like toxic waste, pulsing with a malevolent energy. On the surface, Delaney was Mr. Clean, a crazy rich business tycoon famous for his 7-figure charity donations, his name etched on hospital wings and museum exhibits all over San Francisco. But scratch that polished surface, and a whole mess of dirt came bubbling up. Mysterious connections to the Enlightened path, to missing money laundered through offshore accounts, to unexplained gaps in his glittering resume that hinted at who knows what kind of shady dealings. Delaney and Rhodes, thick as thieves from opposite sides of the country, grinning at each other in photos from swanky charity galas and invitation-only spiritual retreats. The pieces were falling into place now, the sinister shape of the truth, gelling like the globs of cream in Natalie's stone-cold coffee, congealing into an unappetizing sludge. "What the hell are you into, Olivia?" Natalie breathed, gnawing on the pencil, the bitter paint flaking onto her tongue. The pretty young heiress was mixed up in something way over her expensively coiffed head, and time was running out to untangle her before she ended up another tragic statistic. Her death spun into some bullshit about an accident or suicide. Natalie's head pounded, her eyes burning from the screen's harsh glare. Too many hours hunched over the keyboard, too many nights fueled by caffeine and vending machine dinners, too many days consumed by this black hole of an investigation. But she couldn't stop now, not when she was this close. She needed backup on this one, needed someone with the authority and resources to really blow the lid off this cesspool before it swallowed anyone else. With a grimace, she reached for her phone, the plastic casing slick with the sweat from her palm. She and Detective Rollins had history, and it wasn't all rosy. A good chunk of it was thorny as hell, full of shouting matches and slamming doors. But he was a straight shooter, a hard ass with a heart of tarnished gold beneath the chiseled jaw and perma stubble. If anyone would hear her out, it was him. "Detective Rollins, it's Natalie Winters. I think I've stumbled onto something big here, real big and real ugly. I'm gonna need your help to nail these bastards before they slither back into their holes and take Olivia Camden with them." The yellowed blinds sliced the early morning sunlight into stripes across Natalie's pale, drawn face as she laid it all out, her words tumbling over each other in a desperate rush. The missing people, the suspicious money, the web of dangerous secrets stretching from the crisp mountain air of Colorado to the fog-choked streets of San Francisco, it was all connected, a tangled web of lies and corruption anchored by Rhodes and Delaney. On the other end of the line, she could hear Rollins' slow whistle, could picture him scratching his graying stubble, the wheels turning behind those ice-chip eyes as he fit the pieces together. He was on board. Of course he was. No way could he let something this big slip through his fingers, not with his pension on the horizon and his legacy as a take-no-shit lawman to cement. Natalie could already see the headlines, could already taste the bittersweet victory of watching Rhodes and Delaney Frog marched out of their desire homes in cuffs. As Natalie hung up, a wave of exhaustion mixed with manic energy washed over her, making her limbs feel simultaneously leaden and electrified. This was it, the calm before the storm, the deep breath before the plunge. Ethan was already in the lion's den, walking amongst the serpents in polo shirts, and now the cavalry was gearing up to charge in, guns blazing. It was only a matter of time before the festering truth came bursting out like pus from a lanced boil, before the dark designs of the enlightened path were dragged kicking and screaming into the harsh light of day. She just prayed they weren't too late for Olivia, or for Ethan. Crossing powerful men like Rhodes and Delaney was a dangerous game, a tightrope walk over a nest of vipers with a 1,000-foot drop on either side. But it was a risk they had to take. Justice demanded it. Decency demanded it. And Natalie Winters had never been one to shy away from a fight, especially not when the lives of innocents hung in the balance. With renewed determination thrumming through her weary body, she cracked her knuckles and picked up the phone again, punching in numbers she knew by heart. It was time to assemble the troops, to draft anyone with an axe to grind against dirty money and aura-peddling Svengalis. It was time to prepare for battle, to sharpen her claws and polish her armor until it shone like a beacon in the darkness. The hidden agenda was about to become headline news, and Natalie Winters would be leading the charge, pen and camera and righteous fury blazing. San Francisco's darkest secrets were no match for her dogged pursuit of the truth. No matter how deep the rot went, she would dig it out. For Ethan. For Olivia. for every lost soul who'd had their pain exploited and their trust betrayed. The enlightened path's days of deception were numbered. Gabriel Rhodes and Marcus Delaney were about to learn the hard way that you can't outrun the light of exposure forever. Natalie smiled a thin, wolfish smile as she set the phone down and turned back to her glowing screen. It was good to be back in the hunt. Chapter 7. The Mounting Tension. The days passed in a blur for Ethan, each one bleeding into the next like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. He immersed himself in the daily routines and teachings of the Enlightened Path Retreat Center, his senses alert and his mind processing every detail, every interaction, and every subtle shift in the group's dynamics. It was like being in one of those old black and white Twilight Zone episodes, where the unsuspecting protagonist stumbles into a strange new world that is not at all what it seems on the surface. Each morning, as tendrils of mist clung to the tree branches outside his window, Ethan would rise with the other participants. The crisp mountain air filled his lungs, smelling of pine and damp earth, the scent of secrets waiting to be unearthed. He'd pad barefoot across the rough wooden floorboards, the chill seeping into his bones, and make his way along the empty corridors to the communal dining hall. Pushing open the heavy oak doors, Ethan was greeted by the low murmur of voices, whispers swirling like curls of smoke in the air, snatches of feverish dreams and midnight confessions. The scent of freshly brewed coffee and warm bread wafted through the room, the yeasty aroma almost enough to settle his twisting stomach. He'd collect his meager breakfast and take a seat at one of the long tables, the benches worn smooth by countless seekers who had come before. Ethan's gaze would often drift to Olivia as she entered the hall, her blonde hair shining like burnished gold in the pale dawn light. But where once her eyes had sparkled with the vigor of youth, now they were as flat and lifeless as a doll's. She drifted past the tables, her movements graceful but mechanical, as if she were sleepwalking through her own life. It made Ethan's heart constrict painfully in his chest, as if an invisible hand had reached inside and squeezed. An unnatural hush would fall over the room whenever Gabriel Rhodes made his entrance, the man's presence seeming to suck the air from Ethan's lungs. He moved like a sleek panther stalking its prey, all coiled power and deadly grace. As he took his place at the head table, his voice rolled over the gathered disciples like distant thunder, raising the hairs on the back of Ethan's neck. "My children," he would intone, pale eyes sweeping the room. "We gather here today in pursuit of divine truth, to shed the chains of our mortal flesh and embrace the light of enlightenment." As Ethan sat through the lengthy orations, he couldn't shake the sense that he was a mouse crouched in the grass, watching a snake weave its hypnotic dance. Gabriel's words flowed like dripping honey, coating Ethan's mind in a sticky web of half-truths and veiled promises. He could see the way the others were ensnared, their gazes vacant and their faces slack as they hung on the guru's every word. Olivia in particular seemed lost to the world, her attention fixed unwaveringly on Gabriel as he spoke of ascending to higher planes. Ethan's fingers curled into fists beneath the table, blunt nails biting into his palms. He wanted to stand up and shout, to shake the disciples from their trance, but he knew it would be futile. They were too far gone, their minds clouded by the sickly sweet venom the dark priest dripped into their ears. After the sermons, Ethan would slip away to the privacy of his austere cabin, the rough-hewn walls pressing in on him like a barrow lined with stone. Perching on the narrow cot, he'd withdraw the secret recorder from its hiding place with trembling fingers, examining it like an archaeologist unearthing a forbidden relic. The device was small and sleek, no bigger than a pack of gum, but it felt heavy in his palm, weighted with the incriminating truths it contained. Each time he pressed the button to review his clandestine recordings of Gabriel's speeches and private conversations, Ethan's heart would stutter in his chest, terrified the damning evidence would be lost or destroyed before he could sneak it into the hands of his partner on the outside. He'd sit hunched over the flickering screen, transcribing feverishly into a battered notepad, brittle pages crinkling beneath his pen. The words seemed to writhe on the page before his eyes, a seething mass that hinted at unimaginable horrors lurking in the shadows. But Ethan couldn't afford to be consumed by dread. He had a job to do. Natalie was counting on him to uncover the truth about the enlightened path and gather enough proof to bring the whole sordid operation crashing down. And so he pressed on, slotting the silvery recorder back into the hidden pocket stitched inside his flannel shirt, the shape of it resting close to his skin like the protective touch of a talisman. As the sun dipped below the jagged line of the horizon each evening, staining the sky the color of a fresh bruise, an almost palpable tension would steal through the wooded compound. It coiled through the narrow paths between cabins and curled like dark smoke around the edges of the central lodge. Ethan could feel it buzzing against his skin, could see it in the hard set of his fellow disciples' faces and the intensity of their stares. Something was brewing, building like a summer storm, a malignant energy that caused the hairs on Ethan's arms to prickle with unease. It was there in the furtive glances exchanged between the long-time residents, some message passing between them that Ethan was not privy to. Secret nods of understanding and an eager gleam in their eyes that turned his blood to ice water in his veins. During his full counseling sessions with Olivia and the painfully naive Sophia, the sense of wrongness only intensified. They spoke of ascension, of transcending their mortal forms to become something other. Their voices were dreamy and distant, like sleepwalkers murmuring in the grip of a nightmare. Suddenly, the rustic retreat felt less like a place of healing and more like a scene from Invasion of the Body Snatchers. How many lost souls had Gabriel already transformed into smiling, vacant-eyed drones? Ethan grappled with the urge to grab the two women and shake them, to scream that they were being brainwashed by a madman. But he knew it would only blow his cover. So he simply listened, gut-churning, as they parroted the poisonous gospel of the enlightened path, all the while surreptitiously surveying the room for a glimpse of anyone pulling the strings from the shadows. As he lay in bed each night, listening to the blood-chilling mantras drifting from the surrounding cabins, Ethan couldn't ward off the insidious thought that he, too, was being slowly transformed. That, with each passing day, each fraudulent prayer session and faux revelation, a bit more of Jack Sinclair was leaching into his psyche, threatening to subsume Ethan Blake altogether. In the darkest pits of the night, he'd furiously compose encrypted messages to Natalie on his burner phone, fingers shaking as he typed out the barest bones of his escalating dread, unable to risk divulging too much. Each time he hit send, the glowing screen winking out to black, he'd imagine the words racing through the twisted paths of the World Wide Web, an invisible lifeline tethering him to sanity, to humanity. But Ethan was all too aware that his messages were a flare shot into a roiling, starless sky. Out here, cloaked in shadows at the edge of the map, he was isolated, alone. If Gabriel or one of his faithful acolytes discovered his ruse, there would be no cavalry riding to the rescue. He would simply disappear, swallowed up by the gaping maw of the enlightened path, his bones left to molder in the damp, dark earth. Still, he had no choice but to continue his infiltration, to dig for the real truth buried beneath this rotten place that reeked of blood and madness. He had to find out what had really happened to Olivia, to all the wide-eyed seekers who fled a callous world only to be devoured by the one man who promised them salvation. Because Ethan knew, deep in the marrow of his bones, that something ancient and hungry watched from the shadows of the enlightened path. He could feel its predatory gaze like a physical weight between his shoulder blades, an itch tightening his skin. And it was getting bolder, its presence seeping into the waking world, with each ritualized chant, each grotesque tableau of bodies writhing in mindless bliss. Time was running out. The darkness was rising. And if Ethan didn't find a way to rip out its malignant heart soon, there was no telling how many more bright lights would be extinguished. How many more lambs would be led to the slaughter while wearing beatific smiles. As he drifted into a fitful sleep, the sibilant sigh of the wind in the trees merging with the rhythmic murmur of devotion, Ethan made a silent vow. Come hell or high water, even if it cost him his sanity or his life, he would stop this twisted sickness before it could spread. Before those soulless eyes turned their covetous gaze on the world beyond these mist-shrouded hills. But first, he had to survive the long nights ahead. And pray that, when the time came to rip away the mask and confront the monster wearing Gabriel's face, he would remember his true self. The man he had been before he ever set foot on this blighted ground. The man he might never be again. Chapter 8. The Escaped Participant. Natalie Winters drummed her fingers impatiently on the worn desk, her frustration mounting like gathering storm clouds as she listened to Detective Rowland's skeptical objections. The air in the cramped office felt thick and stale, the fluorescent lights casting a sickly pall over Rowland's furrowed brow. He just wasn't getting it. Look, Natalie, I get that you're worried about this Olivia Camden chick, Rowland said, his rumbling baritone laced with exasperation. He waved a dismissive hand like he was shooing away an irritating fly. But we can't just go in guns blazing without real proof. This Gabriel Rhodes guy and his little hippie retreat might be sketchier than a back alley in the Bronx, but that ain't enough for me to sign off on a full-blown investigation. Natalie clenched her jaw so hard, she thought her teeth might crack, the sound like a gunshot in her head. The evidence was all there, laid out neatly before them like gruesome trophies. Missing persons reports, whispered rumors of foul play, a trail of digital breadcrumbs pointing straight to the black heart of the enlightened path. But Rowland's remained as obstinate as ever, his mind locked up tighter than a max security prison. She leaned forward, eyes flashing dangerously. Damn it, Rowland's. Natalie snapped, slamming her palm on the desk. Papers fluttered, and a coffee mug rattled ominously, dark liquid sloshing precariously close to the rim. Liv's life is on the line here. Every second we waste, she's slipping further into that cult's clutches. Natalie jabbed a finger at the files strewn across the desk, each one representing a thread in the sinister web she'd been unraveling. I've been piecing this together for months, the disappearances, the cover-ups. It's all connected to Rhodes and his twisted little kingdom. We need to move on this now. Rowland's raised a calloused hand, his expression hardening like quick-drying cement. Simmer down, Winters, I hear you, but it's a delicate situation. We go off half-cocked, and this whole thing blows up in our faces faster than a meth lab with a rookie cook. Can't have that. Seething, Natalie opened her mouth to fire back when a sudden knock at the door shattered the tension, the sound startlingly loud in the charged stillness of the room. Her heart did a funny little flip, a sickening lurch in her chest. Exchanging a puzzled look with Rowland's, his bushy eyebrows knitting together, she crossed the room in 3 quick strides, sensible flats whispering against the threadbare carpet. She yanked open the door, the aged hinges squealing in protest. A jittery young man stood in the dingy hallway, eyes wide and haunted, darting around like spooked wildlife. There was something unsettlingly familiar about him, a tickle of recognition in the back of Natalie's mind. He looked like he'd stared into the abyss and barely made it back, the shadows of untold horrors still clinging to his gaunt face. "Miss Winters, I need your help," he stammered, voice cracking like thin ice underfoot. A tremor rippled through his wiry frame, his grip white-knuckled on the doorframe. "I'm Lucas Hawkins. I got out, escaped from that place," the Enlightened Pat. A chill raced down Natalie's spine, a ghostly finger tracing each vertebrae. She'd know that name anywhere, a Lucas Hawkins, one of the missing, presumed lost to the ravenous maw of the retreat. And yet here he was, materializing like an apparition on her doorstep, a living ghost back from beyond. Natalie quickly ushered him in, shutting the door with a soft click that sounded like a gunshot in the heavy silence. The air crackled with tension, the hairs on her arms standing at attention. "My God, Lucas, you're alive." She guided him to a chair, studying his twitchy demeanor, the way his fingers knotted together like tangled puppet strings. "What happened to you? What is the Enlightened path really?" The boy collapsed into the chair, as if his bones had turned to jelly, a marionette with its strings cut. A shudder racked his thin shoulders, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "It's hell," he whispered, a 1,000-yard stare glazing his bloodshot eyes. "That place, it's a horror show, and Gabriel Rhodes is the demented ringmaster." Detective Rowlands edged closer, gaze sharpening into twin laser points. He could smell the stench of wrongdoing, the rancid rot of corruption, oozing from the retreat's too perfect facade. His interest was definitely piqued now, a bloodhound catching a scent. "Let's hear it then, kid. Spill the beans on this new age freak show." Lucas swallowed hard, throat bobbing. Natalie leaned in, stomach churning with a sick sense of anticipation. The tale that unfolded was the stuff of nightmares, a bone-chilling account delivered in halting tones and fits of shuddering breaths that made the hairs on Natalie's neck stand at attention like eager soldiers. He spoke of relentless indoctrination, of how Rhodes would chip away at their sense of self like a sculptor carving marble, remaking them in his twisted image with a smile sharp enough to cut. Of coercion and abuse, both mental and physical, until reality itself bent to Rhodes' will, warped beyond recognition. Lucas described darker deeds cloaked in shadow and sealed behind soundproof doors, as strange and secretive rituals that left the air humming with eldritch energy, nightmare visions seared into memory like brands upon the mind. And the fates of the wayward and disobedient, those who dared to resist Rhodes' poisonous charisma, too unspeakable to give voice, horrors that lurked in the unlit corners of the soul. "It was like being trapped in a real-life horror movie," Lucas murmured, raking a trembling hand through his disheveled hair. Sweat beaded his brow despite the chill in the room. "Manson family meets Jonestown Rhodes. He's building an army of broken minds and shattered spirits, twisted to his grand and terrible purpose." As Natalie listened, absorbing each revelation like body blows, icy talons of dread sank deeper into her chest, squeezing until she could scarcely breathe. She'd known it was bad, had harbored dark suspicions from the moment Olivia first mentioned the retreat. But this was a whole new level of awful, of sickening wrongness seeping out from that whitewashed temple of lies. Olivia was in the belly of a beast far more terrible than she'd imagined. Rowlands looked positively green around the gills, his usual tough guy facade crumbling like soggy drywall. Even a grizzled old cop like him, a man who'd waded through the muck and filth of human depravity for decades, couldn't help but be shaken by the grim picture Lucas painted in shades of blackest night. "Jesus wept," the detective muttered, dragging a hand down his haggard face. "This Rhodes bastard makes Charlie Manson look like Mr. Rogers. We've got to move on this. Winters, move fast and hit hard." When Luca's words finally petered out, leaving only a shell-shocked silence broken by his ragged breathing, Natalie reached out and gripped his hand. It was clammy, but she didn't let go, her fingers tightening around his like a lifeline. Thank you, Lucas. I know that wasn't easy, reliving those horrors, but your intel is crucial. We're going to burn that place to the ground and sow the ashes with salt. I promise you that. A spark of determination ignited in Roland's eyes. A grin set to his jaw as he gave a resolute nod. All right, Winters, consider me officially on board. Let's rip this son of a bitch a new one, send his little empire crashing down around his ears. Natalie allowed herself a tight, predatory smile, a dark thrill humming in her veins. The game was on now, the board set and pieces in motion. With an eyewitness and the full might of the SFPD in her corner, she finally had some serious ammo in this fight. But even as renewed purpose thrummed through her like an electric current, worry coiled like a viper in her gut, cold and slithering. Ethan was still in the thick of it, deep under cover at the retreat. And Olivia, God only knew what fresh hells she was enduring while Natalie spun her wheels, mired in red tape and bureaucratic bullshit. Time was ticking down like a doomsday clock, each second an eternity, and she'd be damned if she let those two become just more names on a missing persons list, more ghosts to haunt her sleepless nights. As Roland started barking orders into his phone like a dog with a bone, galvanized into action, Natalie turned her gaze to the smoggy cityscape outside the office window. Neon signs buzzed and traffic crawled, oblivious to the nightmare unfurling in their midst. Somewhere out there, beyond the glittering facade, Gabriel Rhodes was weaving his sinister web, ensnaring lost souls in his venomous vision. And caught in the very heart of that tangled skein was Olivia, fighting for her sanity, her very sense of self. Natalie could only pray they'd reach them in time, before the enlightened path's darkness swallowed them whole. Because if they failed, well, that just wasn't an option. Not on Natalie Winters' watch. There were monsters in this world. She'd learned that harsh truth early on. Monsters with human faces and honeyed words, monsters who preyed on the vulnerable, the searching. And she'd made it her mission to slay them, to stare into the abyss and make it blink first. One way or another, come hell or high water, Gabriel Rhodes and his twisted kingdom were going down. Natalie would see to that personally, even if she had to march into the mouth of madness itself, into the fetid heart of evil, to make it happen. For Liv, for Ethan, for every lost soul ensnared by that false prophet's lying tongue. The enlightened path's reckoning was coming, and Natalie Winters would be the one to ring the bell to sound the clarion call. And may God have mercy on Gabriel Rhodes, because she sure as hell wouldn't. Not after this. Not ever again. Chapter 9. The Police Involvement. The stale air in the cramped interrogation room hung heavy with tension as Natalie, Detective Rollins, and Lucas Hawkins gathered around the battered metal table. The meeting marked a pivotal shift in the investigation into Olivia Camden's disappearance and the sinister underpinnings of Gabriel Rhodes' enlightened path. Natalie leaned forward, her elbows coming to rest on the cold, pitted surface of the table with a dull thump. Her emerald eyes bored into Rollins, laser-focused and intent. The detective pored over the evidence Natalie had painstakingly compiled, a scattered mosaic of grainy crime scene photos, scrawled witness statements on yellow legal paper, financial records rife with discrepancies and irregularities. The cello fluorescent lights overhead cast harsh shadows across the craggy topography of his careworn face as he studied the damning documents, his brow furrowed in concentration. Jesus, Natalie, Rollins muttered, his gravelly baritone thick with dawning realization and disgust. He scrubbed a weathered hand over his stubbled jaw, the rasp of calloused skin against coarse salt and pepper stubble loud in the claustrophobic stillness. I'll give it to you straight. This is some seriously fucked up shit you've uncovered here. This Rhodes guy, his little hippie cult, it reeks of bad news, serious people's temple vibes all over again. Natalie's lips pressed into a grim, bloodless line, a stark slash of crimson against her pale skin. She had seen this particular brand of darkness before, stared unflinchingly into the abyss of human depravity, and watched it stare right back without blinking. It left a bitter, acrid taste in her mouth, like ashes and bile. "Detective, I think we're just scratching the surface here," she said, her words hard and clipped, sharp as a scalpel's edge. "The Enlightened path is a front, a smokescreen. A Potemkin village, all smiles and sunshine on the outside, but something rotten festering underneath. According to Lucas, there's a whole criminal syndicate lurking beneath the veneer of peace, love and understanding, in narcotics, human trafficking, money laundering. The works. And Olivia Camden is caught in the crosshairs of it all." Beside her, Lucas shifted uncomfortably in his chair, a haunted thousand-yard stare etched into the gaunt planes and angles of his features. His hands trembled slightly as he tugged at a loose thread on the frayed cuff of his battered denim jacket, worrying it between nicotine-stained fingers. When he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse and raspy, barely above a whisper, as if the words themselves were knives in his throat. "The things I saw at that place, man, the things they made us do, it's the stuff of nightmares, pure, undistilled evil." He shook his head slowly, dirty blonde hair falling into his eyes, squeezed shut against the onslaught of memories that crashed over him like a riptide. "If your girl is still in Rhodes' clutches, if he's got his hooks in her, she's in a world of hurt, of trouble, we all are." Rollins leaned back in his chair with a groan of protesting metal, the ancient furniture clearly unaccustomed to and ill-equipped for his considerable bulk. He fixed Natalie with a piercing stare, flinty blue eyes hard, and assessing beneath heavy, lowered brows. "All right, lay it out for me. What's our play here, our next move?" "We go in guns blazing, heavy-handed and ham-fisted. We're liable to spook Rhodes and send him scurrying back into whatever dank hole he crawled out of. But the longer we sit around with our thumbs up our asses, the longer we wait. The greater the danger to Olivia and anyone else caught in his poisonous web," Natalie finished for him, her words laced with grim finality. She took a deep breath, held it for a beat, then exhaled slowly through her nostrils as her agile mind raced behind verdant eyes, puzzling through angles of attack and lines of inquiry. "Here's what I need from you, detective. A full-court press. Warrants, surveillance, a deep dive into the Enlightened path's dirty laundry, and skeletons in the closet. Shine a light on every dark corner and festering shadow until the roaches have nowhere left to scuttle, nowhere left to hide." Rollins nodded slowly, considering, chewing over her words like a tough piece of gristle. The wheels visibly turned behind his eyes, machinery of a keen intellect hidden behind a rough exterior, calculating risks and rewards, cost and benefit. "I'll rattle some cages, twist some arms, call in every marker in favor. I'm owed. We'll get to the bottom of this, come hell or high water. But Natalie, watch your six out there in the field. You're kicking a hornet's nest, a dragon's lair, and this Rhodes character strikes me as the type to sting back hard, to go for the jugular. There'll be blood before this is over, mark my words." A mirthless smile twisted the corners of Natalie's lips, a grim specter of amusement dancing in her eyes. "Don't you worry about me, detective. I've tangoed with the devil before, matched wits with monsters in the dark. This is my waltz, my dance. I'll get Olivia back, I'll drag her out of the lion's den if it's the last thing I do, whatever it takes. No matter how far down the rabbit hole I have to tumble. As Rollins took his leave with a curt nod, a newfound fire of urgency burning in his eyes and purpose in his step, Natalie turned her attention back to the scattered files and photographs littering the scarred surface of the table. The evidence of wrongdoing, of insidious evil, screamed out at her from every page, every glossy print, a silent chorus of anguish, torment, and the gross perversion of justice. She felt the crushing weight of it all pressing down on her narrow shoulders, an almost physical burden, a yoke of duty and vengeance. Someplace on the other side of the city, Ethan was in the belly of the beast, embedded deep in the serpent's nest, walking a razor's edge over a bottomless chasm with every breath. Natalie's stomach clenched at the thought of him alone out there, isolated and exposed, waltzing cheek to cheek with the devil himself in Gabriel Rhodes. With shaking fingers that belied her diamond-hard resolve, she fished her phone from the depths of her jacket pocket and tapped out a message, a terse lifeline of encouragement and caution thrown blindly into the howling void between them. I've got the cavalry mounting up, the troops rallying to the colors, but we're on the clock and the walls are closing in. Watch your back in there. Sleep with one eye open and your piece under the pillow. And for God's sake, don't do anything brave, reckless, or stupid. I need that smart, stubborn head on your shoulders in one piece when the dust finally settles. Stay frosty, stay sharp. And as she jabbed the send button with considerably more force than necessary, Natalie drew in a shuddering breath and held it captive behind her teeth. The air tasted bitter and metallic on her tongue, acrid with the copper tang of blood and the cold iron of dread. A chill raced down the length of her spine, a premonition of dark days ahead, of a coming storm that threatened to sweep them all away and dash them against the rocks. She knew, deep in the marrow of her bones with a knowledge older than thought, that before this sordid drama played out to its final act, the enlightened path would be scattered to the four winds like so much chaff, or they would all be consumed in flames, devoured by the oncoming maelstrom. Squaring her shoulders and cracking her neck with an audible pop of vertebrae, Natalie dove back into the sea of police reports, bank statements, and corroborating evidence, a grim, steely determination etched into the elfin lines of her face and blazing in the jade depths of her eyes. The game was well and truly afoot now, the Rubicon crossed, the battle lines drawn, and the call to arms sounded. And she would not rest, would not draw a full, easy breath until Olivia was safe, Gabriel Rhodes was in chains, and the rotten, pulsing heart of the enlightened path was carved out with a ruthless scalpel and cauterized with righteous fire. Whatever the cost, even if it meant she had to become the monster, to destroy the monster. Chapter 10. The Inner Circle. As the days passed, Ethan found himself drawn deeper into the enlightened path's inner sanctum, his cover as the troubled soul seeking guidance and enlightenment, proving to be increasingly convincing. He felt like a fly caught in a spider's web, each sticky strand pulling him further into the unknown. The more time he spent at the retreat center tucked away in the misty California redwoods, the more an insidious feeling crept up his spine. There was something lurking beneath the tranquil surface here, a darkness hidden behind the beatific smiles and soothing mantras. An unnatural stillness hung in the air, the chirping of birds and buzzing of insects muted, as if the creatures sensed the malevolence too and dared not draw its attention. As he walked the winding paths between the cabins, Ethan couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. Eyes peering out from behind gnarled tree trunks and twitching curtains. Figures glimpsed in his peripheral vision, only to vanish when he turned his head. The back of his neck prickled constantly, fine hairs standing on end like hackles raised in warning. It reminded him of the small town in Maine he grew up in, a picturesque Willowbrook. On the surface it seemed like a Norman Rockwell painting come to life, white picket fences gleaming in the sun, American flags fluttering proudly on the 4th of July, the sweet aroma of apple pies cooling on window sills wafting through the streets. Kids played stickball in the street, shrieking with carefree laughter. Old-timers sat on porches, whittling or strumming guitars. But Ethan knew that quaint veneer concealed an ugly truth. Scratch the surface and you'd find darkness scurrying underneath like cockroaches. When the lights flicked on, domestic violence behind closed doors, opioids destroying lives and families, unimaginable evils inflicted on the innocent under cover of night and conspiracy of silence. Suspicions whispered over backyard fences that never made it to the light of day. The real monsters, Ethan had learned long ago, weren't always fanged and clawed abominations. Sometimes they were the smiling faces of your neighbors as they waved hello. The trusted priest preaching piety on Sunday. Dear old dad with the secret dungeon in the basement. Even the fresh-faced kid next door who tortured small animals for fun when no one was looking. He saw now that same rancid rot existed here, oozing beneath the enlightened past placid facade. And at the center of the web lurked Gabriel Rhodes, a charismatic Svengali with magnetic eyes that seemed to peer into your very soul, mining for vulnerabilities. For a dark glint of anti-establishment rebelliousness to exploit. An inner Joe Strummer he could mold into a soldier for his cause. We all have a shadow self, Jack, Gabriel had said once, his hand heavy on Ethan's shoulder. The touch made his flesh want to crawl right off his bones. The key is not to flee from it, but to embrace it, to harness it. Therein lies true power. Ethan had nodded along, his mask firmly in place, even as his mind raced. Did Rhodes suspect his true purpose here? Or was he just another fly ensnared by the spider, waiting to be hollowed out and made a husk? One golden afternoon, after a group meditation session that left participants swaying and glassy-eyed, Gabriel approached with a paternal smile that set Ethan's teeth on edge. Dust motes swirled lazily in beams of sunlight slanting through the windows, the air thick with incense, human musk, and something else. Something feral. My dear Jack, I've been observing your progress closely these many weeks. Gabriel's eyes glinted in the honeyed light, twin chips of obsidian. It's clear you are ready for the next phase in your journey of awakening. Ethan's heart thudded against his ribs, a caged bird desperate for flight. He pictured Olivia's portrait, her impish half-smile, the smattering of freckles across her nose. The way her hair fell in unruly auburn waves around her heart-shaped face. Her eyes, green as new spring grass and always sparking with mischief. He had to see this through, for her. Shrugging deeper into Jack's skin, he arranged his features into an expression of humility and awe. I'm honored, Gabriel, truly. Your teachings have resonated in my soul. The words tasted bitter on his tongue, each false platitude sticking in his throat like shards of glass. The older man nodded approvingly, revealing a mouthful of dazzling white teeth that looked jarringly sharp. Then you are ready to join our inner circle, a select coterie of initiates who have transcended ego and are prepared to manifest the truth. Manifest. It sounded innocuous, but in Gabriel's mouth the word dripped dread. How far would such transcendence go? Ethan had heard whispers among the other disciples, furtive fragments snatched before conversations abruptly halted at his approach. Talk of blood rituals, spirit possessions, unholy communions in the depths of the woods under a gravid moon. Ethan swallowed hard, pushing down the bile that threatened to rise. Transcendence is a big step. What exactly would that require of me? Gabriel's thin lips curved into a smile devoid of warmth. Oh, you'll see, he chuckled, beetle black eyes glinting with fervor. Or insanity. You're on the cusp of transformation, Jack. Embrace it. Transformation. It conjured images of men becoming wolves under a bloated moon, bone and sinew twisting into new, obscene shapes. A shutter spider walked down Ethan's spine. I'm honored, he managed, mouth cottony. Humbled by your faith in me. Our next gathering is tomorrow evening, Gabriel said as he turned to leave, his deep crimson robes swirling around him. Come to the main lodge at midnight. I eagerly await introducing you to your new brothers and sisters. As his footsteps faded, Ethan released a shaky breath, pulse fluttering like a sparrow in a hurricane. He knew this was the chance he'd worked toward, an opportunity to infiltrate the shadowy core of the Enlightened path and expose whatever grew in the dark heart of it. But walking into that den of wolves wearing sheep's clothing held a terror all its own. Dread churned like black ice in his belly as he retreated to the humble sanctuary of his cabin. He had to alert Natalie, his sole lifeline to the world outside these whispering woods. Fingers trembling, he tapped out an encrypted message. You're taking me into the fold, send backup, but move carefully. I think Liv's life hangs in the balance here. With a thought and a prayer, he hit send, then sank onto the thin mattress, his head cradled in shaking hands. Outside the small window, the sun bled out on the horizon, spears of fading fire piercing the canopy. A harsh squawk drew his eye to a nearby branch where a raven cocked its head, beady eyes far too knowing. As if the bird could peel back his skin to glimpse the roiling truth beneath. The ebony bird spread its wings and took flight, joining a writhing mass of its brethren that swirled over the compound like a living vortex. Their raucous cries echoed through the twilit wood, a cacophonous dirge that made Ethan's skin pebble with gooseflesh. In the growing shadows, shapes seemed to slink between the trees. Hulking, loping forms with eyes that glowed crimson when they caught the dying light. Beasts, not quite wolf, but not fully human, more akin to creatures of myth and nightmare. Their growls mingled with the raven's shrieks, an unholy chorus heralding horrors to come. In Jack's mind he heard a boyish voice with a main twang, his own youthful treble cracking with fear. The monsters are real, and they look just like you and me. He watched the last sliver of the sun disappear, the darkness rushing in to fill the void it left behind. Night pressed against the window, oily and absolute, hiding the twisted abominations that called these woods home. Ethan was entering the spider's parlor, wearing a mask of his own. And if it slipped for even a second, there would be no escaping the web. He would be devoured, mind, body, and soul. God help them all. Chapter 11. The Confrontation. Natalie's fingers gripped the steering wheel like a drowning person clutching a lifeline, her knuckles strained bone-white against sun-weathered skin, as she navigated her beat-up Corolla through the bustling boulevards of San Francisco. The iconic city by the bay, normally ablaze with life and frenetic energy, a kaleidoscope of colors and cultures colliding, now felt sinister to her jaded eyes. The soaring skyline loomed menacingly, gleaming spires and angular glass monoliths, concealing dark secrets in their shadowy depths. After months of tireless investigation, of connecting threads and tracking leads through a labyrinth of corruption, Detective Rowland's team had finally secured the precious warrant needed to crack open Marcus Delaney's fortress of dirty dealings. And Natalie would be damned if she was going to miss the chance to personally confront that wealthy, Armani-wrapped son of a bitch and watch him squirm. Fractured memories swirled in her mind as she white-knuckled the wheel, puzzle pieces of twisted deceit coalescing into a grotesque collage. The insidious tendrils of the enlightened path seemed to slither into every nook and cranny of this pulsating city, a shadowy iceberg with only the tip exposed, but Natalie was determined to dredge the murky depths and haul the whole rotten mass into the unforgiving light. Her keen reporter's instincts, honed razor-sharp by years immersed in the cutthroat world of investigative journalism, screamed that she hovered on the knife edge of a monumental revelation, the kind that would send shockwaves rippling through every echelon of power. She just needed one weak link to snap, one domino to fall, and her sights were fixed squarely on Delaney. The hulking glass behemoth that was Delaney tower-knifed into view, thrusting arrogantly above the patchwork sprawl of the financial district. Natalie pulled to the curb, the Corolla's brakes squealing in protest, and sat for a moment, sucking air into her lungs, acrid with exhaust and the phantom tang of blood. She felt her heartbeat thudding in her temples and willed it to slow, marshaled the roiling fury in her gut into cold, crystalline focus. With one last steadying breath, she stepped out onto the dew-slick sidewalk. The anemic sunlight filtering through the ever-present shroud of mist did little to dull the slicing wind that whipped strands of auburn hair across her face. Natalie impatiently raked them back as she tugged her well-worn leather jacket tighter around her lively muscled frame and strode towards the tower's yawning mauve entrance. The percussive staccato of her boot heels against pavement rang out like gunshots, each step fueled by the cold fury crystallizing in her core. The cavernous lobby enveloped her, a glittering cavern of polished travertine and burnished mahogany that practically oozed privilege from every pore, the rarefied air thick with the cloying musk of old money. Natalie felt the weight of a dozen disdainful gazes pressing against her skin as she crossed the echoing expanse, the receptionist's immaculately coiffed head snapping up at her approach, a saccharine smile pasted on her Barbie doll face. "Good morning, miss. How may I assist you today?" The receptionist's voice was a study in artificial sweetness as her shrewd eyes flicked over Natalie's utilitarian ensemble, lingering on the scuffed leather and frayed hems with a thinly veiled edge of derision. Natalie leaned in, close enough to see the fine cracks in the receptionist's porcelain facade, to smell the acrid tang of fear sweat beneath her aggressively floral perfume. "Marcus Delaney, now it's about the Enlightened path." Each word was bitten off with surgical precision, stripped of any pretense at pleasantry. The effect was instantaneous. The receptionist's expertly applied rouge drained from her cheeks, leaving them ashen beneath their candy shell glaze. Numbed fingers fumbled for the phone, tremulously pushing buttons as her darting eyes betrayed her mounting panic. After a terse exchange whispered through bloodless lips, she raised a shaking hand towards the mammoth double doors across the lobby. "Mr. Delaney will see you," she faltered, the words barely squeaking past the audible lump of dread in her throat. Natalie was already in motion, the soles of her boots devouring the marble in ground-eating strides, until she was crashing through the ridiculously overblown doors into Delaney's inner sanctum. The room was aggressively opulent, all buttery leather and gleaming hardwood, but Natalie's gaze lasered in on the sole occupant. He was perched indolently behind a grotesquely massive mahogany desk, suit and tie immaculate, every sandy hair ruthlessly gelled into place. Marcus Delaney, the veritable prince of the San Francisco elite, and if Natalie's hunch was on the money, a key player in a web of corruption that would make the devil himself salivate. "Mr. Delaney." Her voice was a dark rasp, redolent of too many cigarettes and too little sleep. She planted her palms on his desk, heedless of the important-looking papers that crumpled beneath white-knuckled fingers, leaning forward until she could count the pores on his patrician nose. "My name is Natalie Winters. I believe you know why I'm here." For a moment, he just stared at her blankly, still as a lizard in the sun. Then, with a slowness just shy of insulting, he calmly folded his hands atop the leather blotter, rings glinting coldly in the fluorescent light. "I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage, Miss Winters, was it? I haven't the faintest idea what you're on about." His voice was cultured velvet, smooth as aged scotch, and just as likely to burn on the way down. A barking laugh tore its way out of Natalie's throat, rusty with disuse. "Don't you even try that innocent act with me, you slick son of a bitch. I've seen the evidence, the money trails, the coded communications, the whole tangled web of ties linking you to the Enlightened path and whatever twisted games they're playing. So you've got two choices. Start talking now, or wait until my article hits the front page, and watch your empire of filth come crashing down around those pretty ears of yours." For a moment, a shadow rippled across Delaney's sun-bronzed face, a fleeting glimpse of something ugly and venomous lurking beneath the sleek exterior. But then it was gone, subsumed beneath a mask of urbane boredom, as he leaned back in his ridiculous throne of a chair. "My dear, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. The Enlightened Path is an organization with which I have no affiliation. If you have evidence to the contrary, by all means, take it to the proper authorities. That is, if you can find any that aren't in my pocket." A cold smile sliced across his face. "But I would advise you to tread very carefully, Miss Winters. You're swimming in shark-infested waters, and I assure you, I have much sharper teeth than you." White-hot rage seared through Natalie's veins, coalescing into a throbbing ember behind her sternum. She wanted nothing more than to vault this ludicrous desk and pound that smug grin into paste, to feel the satisfying crunch of cartilage beneath her fists. But she reined in the impulse with supreme effort, compressing her fury into a cold, dense singularity. She'd get him, but she'd do it clean. Nail him to the wall with the irrefutable weight of evidence, and watch him squirm on the hook of his own hubris. "You know something, Delaney? I almost feel sorry for you." She straightened up slowly, holding his gaze with eyes like chips of flint. "So certain of your own invincibility, so smugly ensconced in your gilded tower, you've forgotten what it means to be hungry, to fight for every scrap. But I haven't. And I swear to you, I'm going to dig up every putrid secret, expose every festering lie, until the whole diseased scaffolding of your power comes crashing down." Delaney's face contorted, the veneer of civility shredding to reveal something poisonous and feral beneath. "I'm warning you, Miss Winters, you persist in this foolish crusade, and I will destroy you so thoroughly they'll be sifting bits of you out of the rubble for years." His tongue darted out, lizard-quick, wetting lips gone bloodless with fury. "Even if you take me down, you've no idea how deep this all goes, or the enormity of the forces you're invoking. There are things out there, powers beyond your wildest imaginings, that don't take kindly to nosy little bitches who don't know their place." But Natalie just smiled, a glittering knife slash in the dim light. "You go right ahead and sick your hounds on me, Delaney, but just remember, I've stared down the throat of hell before, and I'm still standing. When the dust settles, we'll see who's left to pick up the pieces." And with that, she turned on her heel and stalked out, the frenzied beat of her heart drowning out Delaney's impotent sputtering. As the elevator disgorged her into the anonymity of the lobby, Natalie could feel the icy claws of fear sinking into her guts, the reptilian hind brain screaming at her to run, to hide. But she shoved it all aside with the ease of long practice. She had a job to do, and heaven help any bastard who tried to stand in her way. The street enveloped her, the hum and throb of the city so incongruously ordinary after the charged atmosphere of Delaney's lair. She walked to her car in a daze, mind churning furiously. Leads to chase down, contacts to squeeze, and now this new and nebulous threat from Delaney. As if in response to her thoughts, Natalie's phone trilled in her pocket. She glanced at the screen, Ethan. With a mounting sense of unease, she jabbed the answer button. Ethan, what's going? Nat, listen, I don't have much time. Ethan's voice was clipped with urgency, nearly drowned out by a cacophony of background noise, chanting voices, eerie and discordant. I'm in deep with the inner circle, but I think they're onto me, and Nat, they've got Olivia. A ragged breath choked with emotion. Nat, they're going to kill her as part of some sick ritual. I have to try to stop it. Get down here, call in the cavalry, and for God's sake, watch your back. The line went dead, leaving only a yawning chasm of dread in its wake. Natalie's pulse thundered in her ears as she stood frozen, phone clutched white-knuckled in numb fingers. Olivia, an innocent girl, ensnared in this nightmare, Ethan, alone in the serpent's den. And in that moment, the last fragile tethers of restraint snapped within her. No more playing by their rules, no more dancing to their tune. It was time to take the fight to the enemy, to venture once more into the breach and confront this festering evil at its source. Her hands shook as she keyed the ignition, but whether from fear or incandescent rage, she couldn't say. All she knew was that the end game had begun, and she'd be damned if she let the monsters win without one hell of a fight. As tires shrieked against asphalt and the acrid stench of burning rubber flooded her nostrils, Natalie felt a curious calm settle over her like a funeral shroud. The waiting was over, the die irrevocably cast. Only two paths remained to her now, victory or a shallow grave. But then, that had always been the risk in her line of work. To walk the knife's edge between truth and oblivion, to court the reaper with every word committed to page or screen. This was her burden, her calling. Come what may, she would see this through to the bitter end. After all, what good was a life lived on bended knee? If she had to choose between a safe, anesthetized existence or an incandescent demise in pursuit of truth and justice, well, there was really no choice at all. With that thought burning like a coal in her mind, Natalie pointed her car towards the distant smudge of the horizon and gunned the accelerator, ready to plunge headlong into the waiting arms of destiny. Chapter 12. The Breaking Point. Ethan's heart raced as he made his way to the secluded cabin where Gabriel Rhodes had summoned the members of the inner circle. The weight of the hidden recording device felt like a lead anchor in his pocket. With each step, his shoes crunching on the carpet of damp leaves coating the forest floor, he fought to maintain his composure. His eyes scanned the murky woods, jumping at every rustle and snap, searching for any signs of danger lurking in the gloom. The evening air hung heavy with a damp chill, the kind that seeped through the seams of Ethan's jacket and raised goosebumps on his clammy skin. Overhead, skeletal tree branches clawed at the moonlit sky, their spindly silhouettes casting eerie, undulating shadows across the weathered wood siding of the cabin as it materialized out of the darkness ahead like a ghostly apparition. Ethan hesitated before the scratched oak door, his fist poised to knock. He was suddenly seized by the irrational urge to turn on his heel and flee back into the concealing embrace of the woods, to be swallowed up by the night and never look back. His ragged breath misted in the frigid air as his heart hammered a staccato beat against his ribcage. Just then, a dry twig snapped underfoot nearby with a sharp crack, jarringly loud in the stillness. Ethan flinched, his pulse spiking, head whipping around toward the source of the sound. But the forest revealed nothing, just shadowed trunks and softly rustling leaves. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his fractured nerves, he reached out a trembling hand and rapped his knuckles against the rough pine. The hollow thumps reverberated like gunshots in the still night air. As he stood rooted to the spot, tense and poised for flight at the slightest additional noise, muffled voices emanated from within the log walls. The indistinct murmurs were punctuated by an eerie, high-pitched peal of laughter that sent icy tendrils snaking down Ethan's spine. Just as he was debating saying to hell with the whole thing and making a run for it, the door abruptly creaked open. Warm amber lamplight spilled across the leaf-strewn ground at Ethan's feet, chasing back the clinging shadows. "Jack, right on time." Gabriel Rhodes stood silhouetted in the doorway, his rich baritone smooth as aged whiskey and twice as intoxicating. He cocked his head, his piercing gaze raking over Ethan. "Please come in." As Ethan crossed the threshold, Gabriel clasped a hand on his shoulder, his long fingers digging in just a fraction too hard to be construed as purely friendly. Wincing internally at the snake squeeze, Ethan allowed himself to be steered inside, the heavy door thudding shut behind him with an unnervingly final-sounding boom, sealing him in with the assembled inner circle. The interior of the cabin was close and overwarm, the recycled air thick with cloying incense smoke that caught in the back of Ethan's throat. Beneath the floral notes, an underlying tang of acrid sweat stung his nostrils. His wary gaze was immediately drawn to the imposing figure of Gabriel, who sat at the head of a massive oak table like a king presiding over his court. The lamplight glinted off the smooth dome of Gabriel's skull, the harsh illumination casting his aquiline features into stark relief, all jutting angles and cavernous shadows pooled beneath his prominent cheekbones. His eyes, fathomless pools of polished obsidian, seemed to pierce straight through the layers of Ethan's hastily constructed undercover persona, stripping away the pretenses to expose the naked, gnawing guilt etched into his very soul. "Ah, Jack, my friend," the charismatic leader said, thin lips peeling back from preternaturally white teeth in a jackal's smile that never quite warmed the calculating chill in his onyx eyes. "Welcome to our inner sanctum, please. Have a seat." He gestured toward the sole empty ladder-back chair with a graceful sweep of one long-fingered hand. Ethan moved stiffly to take his place, trying to shrug off the unsettling sensation of multiple sets of eyes boring into him from all sides like hot needles as he settled onto the aged oak with a breathy creak of protesting wood. An involuntary shiver raced down his spine at the sound, goosebumps rising on his skin despite the feverish heat. He recognized a few familiar faces ringing the table, Sophia and Olivia among them, their glazed stares and slack expressions uncharacteristically vacant. But the rest were strangers, their gaunt faces all exhibiting the same disconcerting intermingling of mindless spiritual bliss underscored by something harder, sharper. A radical zealotry glinting in their eyes with a manic, borderline inhuman intensity. As the meeting progressed, Ethan found himself inexorably drawn into the group's impassioned discussions, despite himself. He listened with increasing unease to their reverential outpourings, couched in quasi-religious language that bordered uncomfortably on the fanatical. They extolled the virtues of Gabriel's teachings with a fervor that sent alarm bells clamoring in Ethan's head. "Through pain, we transcend the weak flesh, opening ourselves to touch the face of the divine," intoned a severe woman with a steely gray bun coiled at her nape like an armored serpent, her hawkish features hinged with an almost ecstatic rictus. She canted her head at Ethan's seatmate. "Isn't that right, Sophia?" "In suffering there is salvation," Sophia replied, her voice distant, gaze focused on some ineffable point beyond the plank walls. As their ardent proclamations washed over him, Ethan couldn't shake the growing sense of wrongness, of insidious sickness, saturating the candlelit room, thickening the air until each breath felt stiflingly oppressive in his lungs. It was there in the obsessive gleam of their eyes, their garishly bright against wasted cheeks. In the way they hung on Gabriel's every word, awaiting his proclamations with a naked, starved desperation, like wretches in the throes of withdrawal fits, feverishly anticipating their next fix. Dear God, what the hell had he gotten himself into? A sudden primal prickling danced along Ethan's nape, the distinct, unmistakable feeling of eyes on him. He turned his head a tick and locked gazes with the wiry youth beside Olivia Aliam, he recalled vaguely. A name whispered in passing. The young man's lips skinned back from his teeth in a knife-edged smile at the contact, a hungry, unsettling expression. His eyes burned with a feverish, possessive intensity as they bored into Ethan's. Madness danced in those unblinking pale blue orbs. Or perhaps something worse. An atavistic bolt of fear speared through Ethan at that look, icy claws sinking into his hammering heart. Did Liam suspect? Had he somehow divined Ethan's true purpose here, the tangle of ulterior motives he harbored beneath his affected piety? Ethan's fingers twitched with the sudden, panicked urge to plunge a hand into his pocket, to close them around the cool steel of the 9mm secreted inside, to draw it in one smooth motion, jamming the stubby barrel right between those crazy eyes, and paint the rough-hewn wall behind Liam's head a vivid red. Brothers and sisters. Gabriel's rolling bass rumbled through the charged air, cutting short Ethan's spiraling violent fantasy. His rich baritone, rough with a faint burr of exultation, seized the attention of everyone around the uneven circle. Let us conclude this auspicious gathering by reaffirming our sacred covenant. Repeat after me. In blood and shadow I submit. In blood and shadow I submit, the assembled intoned as one, their voices rising in an eerie, unified chant that sent skitters of unease down Ethan's spine. My life, my will, my eternal soul, I pledge to walk the enlightened path, now and forevermore. Ethan mouthed along, tongue leaden and parched in his mouth, carefully mimicking the shape of the words. His heart felt like a war drum behind his ribs, reverberating through his skull until coherent thought became nigh impossible. As the ritual pledge finally, mercifully reached its end, Gabriel rose from his chair, the movement fluid and serpentine. His obsidian eyes swept the room, fathomless and unreadable. My beloved friends, my anointed, you honor me with your unwavering devotion to our cause. Our shared journey has only begun. Together, hand in hand, we shall shepherd a new dawn. We shall open the eyes of the slumbering masses and usher in an age of transcendent wisdom. Gabriel paused, letting his gaze settle on Ethan, pinning him with an almost physical weight. When he continued, his words carried a faint undercurrent of cruel amusement lurking just beneath the prophetic fervor. Jack, brother, I sense a profound metamorphosis unfolding within you. The scales are falling away. Your path to true awakening stands before you, if you have the courage to walk it. Ethan's heart stuttered, stomach plummeting to his shoes. But he pasted on a smile, fighting to keep his expression placid, even as his pulse pounded in his throat. I am humbled, Gabriel, he managed, the oily words tasting of bitter ashes on his tongue. Your teachings have opened my mind and my spirit to the truth in ways I never dreamed. As the others nodded their agreement, vacant smiles plastered across glazed features. Ethan hazarded a furtive glance at Olivia. She seemed lost to her surroundings, drifting anchorless in some liminal space only she could perceive. Her eyes, glassy and empty, shone in a waxy face devoid of expression. Seeing her so diminished, so fundamentally altered, wrenched something deep in Ethan's chest. The sheer wrongness of it bubbled up his throat like black bile. He knew then, with a grim certainty that chilled him to the core, that time had run out. Olivia was fading before his eyes, her essence eroded by the sinister forces that permeated this place. Devoured piece by piece. He had to get her out. Now. Tonight. Before there was nothing left to save. No matter what the personal cost. As the meeting dispersed into the mist-shrouded night, and the inner circle took their leave of one another with artificial smiles and empty platitudes, Ethan slipped away into the woods. His pulse roared in his ears, drowning out the whispered conspiracy of the trees as he plunged recklessly into their concealing embrace. Fallen branches snatched at his clothes with brittle skeletal fingers. Exposed roots seemed to coil underfoot like serpents, trying to ensnare him, to drag him down. Each breath seared his lungs, the moist air thick as congealing blood. With shaking hands, Ethan fumbled out the micro-recorder hidden in his inner jacket pocket. He raised it to his numb lips, knuckles bone white, as he clutched it like a talisman against the insidious dark pressing in on all sides. Natalie, he breathed harshly, struggling to force out the words over the hammering of his heart. His voice emerged, strangled, stretched taut with barely leashed panic. I think my cover's been blown. I need an extraction now. The plastic casing creaked ominously in his white-knuckled grip as he waited for a response. The hiss of blank air, all that emerged from the device's tiny speaker grill. Natalie's silence settled over Ethan, oppressive as a funeral shroud. Despair crashed through him in a choking wave, turning his bowels to water. They had abandoned him, left him dangling on the wind, just another expendable piece in their grand crusade. But beneath the fear, resolve hardened in Ethan's gut. He would finish this. No matter what sins he had to commit, what darkness he had to embrace, he would tear this whole obscene charade down. For Olivia, for the other lost souls ensnared by Gabriel's web of beautiful lies, for those yet to fall under his poisoned sway. Even if walking that path led him straight into hell. Chapter 13, The Unlikely Ally. Ethan paced back and forth in his cabin, his heart pounding in his chest like a jackhammer. The weight of the recording device in his pocket felt like a lead anchor, a constant reminder of the perilous situation he had found himself in. Beads of sweat formed on his brow despite the chill in the air, and his hands trembled slightly as he ran them through his disheveled hair. The wooden floorboards creaked under his restless feet as he circled the small space, the scent of pine and dust heavy in the air. Through the cabin's lone window, the waning moon cast a pallid glow over the compound, bathing it in an otherworldly light. Shadows played across the walls, morphing into sinister shapes that seemed to whisper of hidden dangers. As he replayed the events of the inner circle meeting in his mind, his gaze kept returning to the unsettling exchange with Liam. There had been something about the young man's piercing stare that had set Ethan on edge, like a cold finger running down his spine. Those eyes, pale blue and devoid of warmth, seemed to bore right through him, stripping away the layers of his carefully crafted persona. Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that his cover had been compromised, that Liam had seen through his facade and glimpsed the truth lurking beneath. The memory of Liam's penetrating gaze sent a shiver down Ethan's spine. It was as if the young man had peered into the depths of his soul, probing the darkest recesses of his being. Ethan's breath quickened, his chest tightening with a suffocating sense of dread. He couldn't allow his mission to unravel, not when so much was at stake. Glancing anxiously at the door, Ethan knew he needed to act quickly. Olivia's life was in danger, and he couldn't afford to wait any longer. The seconds ticked by like a metronome, each one a reminder of the precious time slipping away. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and made his way out of the cabin, his footsteps rapid and determined, echoing off the worn wooden floorboards. The door swung open with a creak, and the night air rushed to greet him, its icy fingers clawing at his exposed skin. Ethan pulled his jacket tighter around his frame, steeling himself against the bitter chill. As he stepped out into the darkness, the shadows seemed to swallow him whole, enveloping him in a cloak of inky blackness. The night air was crisp and cool against his skin as he emerged into the darkness, the compound bathed in an eerie silence broken only by the distant hooting of an owl. Ethan's search led him to the meditation gardens, a serene oasis within the Enlightened Path compound. The gardens were a labyrinth of winding paths, lined with carefully manicured hedges and punctuated by the gentle burbling of a small stream. As he wandered the maze-like walkways, he spotted a familiar figure, Sophia, one of the other participants he had befriended during his time at the retreat. The scent of night-blooming jasmine hung heavy in the air, its sweet fragrance mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Moonlight filtered through the canopy of trees, dappling the ground with a patchwork of light and shadow. Ethan's footsteps were muffled by the soft carpet of fallen leaves as he made his way deeper into the gardens, his senses heightened, alert for any sign of movement. Cautiously, Ethan approached her, his voice low and urgent, barely above a whisper. "Sophia, I need to talk to you, it's important." The young woman turned, her brow furrowed with concern. In the moonlight, her face was a study in contrasts, her pale skin almost luminous against the dark curtain of her hair. "Jack, what's wrong?" she asked, her voice tinged with a hint of fear. Ethan glanced around, ensuring they were alone. The shadows seemed to dance and writhe in the periphery of his vision, as if concealing unseen watchers. "Sophia, I'm not who I say I am. My name is Ethan, and I'm an investigator, working to uncover the truth about this place," he confessed, the words tumbling out in a rush. Sophia's eyes widened, and for a moment, Ethan feared she would react with fear or anger, that she would recoil from him like a startled animal. But to his surprise, her expression shifted to one of relief, like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. "I knew it," she whispered, her gaze darting around nervously, as if the very trees had ears. "I knew there was something off about this whole thing. It's like a bad dream you can't wake up from. I've been trying to get out, Ethan, but it's like they have eyes everywhere, watching every move." A breeze rustled through the leaves overhead, carrying with it the faint whispers of distant chanting. Sophia shivered, hugging her arms around herself. "I've seen things, Ethan," she murmured, her voice trembling. "Things that don't make sense, people disappearing in the middle of the night, only to come back changed, like they're not even the same person anymore." Ethan let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, the tension in his body easing slightly. "Sophia, listen to me. I think Olivia is in grave danger. I need your help to get her out of here and expose the truth about the Enlightened Path," he said, his voice low and intense. Sophia's eyes hardened with determination, a flicker of anger sparking to life in their depths. "What do you need me to do?" she asked, her jaw set. Ethan leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "We need evidence, Sophia. Something concrete that we can take to the authorities. I have a plan, but I can't do it alone." Over the next few hours, Ethan and Sophia worked tirelessly, coordinating a plan to gather evidence and orchestrate an escape. They moved like ghosts through the compound, darting from shadow to shadow, always on the lookout for prying eyes. Sophia proved to be a valuable ally, using her insider knowledge to navigate the retreat's complex web of control and surveillance, like a modern-day Ariadne guiding Theseus through the labyrinth. The compound was a maze of twisting corridors and hidden rooms, each one holding its own secrets. Ethan and Sophia crept through the shadows, their ears straining for the slightest sound of approaching footsteps. They rifled through desks and filing cabinets, their fingers trembling with adrenaline as they searched for anything that might shed light on the Enlightened path's true nature. As they recorded incriminating conversations and gathered documents that hinted at the Enlightened path's darker secrets, Ethan couldn't help but feel a surge of respect and gratitude for the young woman. She had risked everything to help him, driven by a desire to protect Olivia and the other vulnerable participants, to shine a light into the darkest corners of this twisted place. Sophia's eyes were bright with determination as she handed Ethan a stack of papers, her fingers brushing against his in a fleeting moment of connection. "I found these in Gabriel's office," she whispered, her voice tight with barely suppressed anger. "They're records of donations from some pretty shady sources. I think the Enlightened path is just a front for something much bigger." "Natalie is going to need this," Ethan murmured, carefully securing the evidence they had compiled, his hands steady now with renewed purpose. With this, she might finally be able to bring down the Enlightened path and save us all. Sophia nodded, her expression resolute, a fire burning in her eyes. "Then let's get out of here. I'm not going to let Gabriel and his cronies hurt anyone else," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. Together, Ethan and Sophia set their plan in motion, determined to escape the retreat and expose the truth, no matter the cost. They moved through the night like two shadows, their hearts pounding in sync, united by a shared purpose. The darkness pressed in around them, alive with unseen threats, but they pushed forward, fueled by a determination that burned brighter than any fear. As they neared the compound's perimeter, the sound of shouts and running feet shattered the stillness of the night. Ethan's heart leapt into his throat, his blood turning to ice in his veins. They had been discovered. "Run," he hissed, grabbing Sophia's hand and pulling her into the dense underbrush that bordered the retreat. Branches tore at their clothing and scraped their skin as they plunged deeper into the woods, their pursuers' voices growing fainter with each desperate stride. And as they slipped away into the night, Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning, that the true horrors of the Enlightened path were yet to be revealed. But with Sophia by his side, he knew they stood a chance, that together they might just be able to unravel this twisted web and bring the truth to light, no matter how dark the road ahead might be. Chapter 14. The Revelations. Natalie hunched over the keyboard in the cramped, dimly lit office of the San Francisco Police Department. The glow of the monitor illuminated her face as she squinted at the screen, sifting through the mountain of documents and financial records on Marcus Delaney that Detective Rowlands' team had dug up. Towers of case files, heated precariously on the desk, the air thick with the musty scent of old papers and stale coffee. She took a swig of the bitter, lukewarm brew from her chipped SFPD mug, wincing as it scalded her throat. Another glamorous all-nighter for the brilliant investigative journalist Natalie Hale, she thought wryly. The sacrifices we make for the truth. It was like delving into the bowels of a fetid swamp, each new discovery more repugnant than the last. With every click of the mouse, every line of text scoured, the picture emerging from the tangled labyrinth of shell companies, offshore accounts, and cryptic transactions grew clearer. And brother, it sure wasn't pretty. Natalie's fingers danced across the keys, the staccato rhythm of her typing punctuating the otherwise tomb-like silence. A deep furrow etched itself between her brows as her keen green eyes traced the serpentine flow of funds, money dematerializing into the ether only to rematerialize in the coffers of the Enlightened Path Retreat Center. It was all misdirection and trickery, a grand illusion worthy of Houdini himself. And Delaney was the conniving mastermind behind the curtain, pulling all the right strings. She leaned back, massaging her throbbing temples. The pieces were falling into place, but something still felt off. Her reporter's instincts buzzed like a swarm of agitated wasps. This was big, bigger than your garden variety Ponzi scheme or tax dodge. There was a rotten core to this onion, a heart of darkness pulsing beneath the pristine surface. Natalie took another pull of coffee, ignoring the acid churning in her gut. See, ma, Nat, think. What's the common denominator here? What's the twisted thread that ties it all together? Her eyes drifted over the corkboard on the opposite wall, a madman's collage of documents, photos and scrawled notes connected by a tangled web of red string. Delaney's smarmy headshot smirked down at her from the center of the maelstrom. And then it clicked. The missing women. The patients at the Enlightened Path, all young and attractive, all from troubled backgrounds. They were the key. Not just whipping posts for some two-bit messiah complex, but merchandise. A chill slithered down Natalie's spine. Son of a bitch, she hissed, raking a hand through her tousled auburn mane as the final fragment of the mosaic locked into place with a sickening click. She sagged back in the threadbare office chair, the springs creaking in protest. It's all connected. Across the desk, Detective Rowlands loomed like a hungry buzzard, craggy brow arched. With a mug that looked like it had gone a few rounds, with a meat grinder, and eyes that had gazed too long into the abyss, he was every inch the grizzled force veteran. Don't keep me guessing, Nat. What you got? Eyes locking with his, Natalie felt an icy finger trail down her vertebrae. It was that instinctual shiver that raises the hairs on your nape when you've unwittingly kicked the hornet's nest, stumbled onto the sort of secret that powerful men would gladly kill to keep buried. I finally see the whole ugly picture, Rowlands, she said grimly. And trust me, it ain't the goddamn Mona Lisa. Rowlands leaned in, the scent of cheap aftershave and stale cigarettes enveloping her. Spill it then, the suspense is killing me. Steeling herself with a fortifying breath, Natalie laid it out. Delaney's not just some silent partner in the Enlightened Path, Rowlands. He's the goddamn puppet master, and that whole New Age dog and pony show is his twisted brainchild. Rowlands' eyes narrowed to flint-hard slits. You're telling me that hippy-dippy crap is a smokescreen for something else entirely? Bullseye. Natalie stabbed a coral-painted nail at the screen, the sound unnaturally loud in the cloistered space. The Enlightened Path is nothing but a shiny front for a huge-scale money laundering and human trafficking ring. Delaney's been using that retreat to bait the hook for desperate, lost souls, then reeling them in and exploiting them 6 ways from Sunday. She jabbed a finger at one of the missing women's photos, a waifish blonde with haunted eyes. Take Kayla here, troubled teen, runs away from home, ends up at the enlightened path looking for answers. Natalie's face twisted in disgust. Only the enlightenment she finds is getting doped up, brainwashed, and pimped out to Delaney's rich pals, bastards running his own private harem up there under the guise of spiritual healing. Rollins loosed a low whistle, his graying head shaking slowly. Sweet baby Jesus, if you're on the money with this, Olivia Camden and God knows how many other poor saps are in a metric shit ton of trouble. A vise closed around Natalie's heart at the thought of her sister in arms, ensnared in the clutches of that twisted hellhole. Olivia had always been Natalie's lighthouse in the storm, her rock and refuge when the chips were down and the world was coldest. The notion of that beautiful, vital spirit being cynically violated and broken ignited a furnace of righteous fury in Natalie's core. Images flashed unbidden through her mind. Olivia strapped down, writhing, screaming soundlessly as some tweaked-out, self-styled messiah chanted and raved over her prone form. Natalie's blood ran cold, then blisteringly hot. Not on my watch, you son of a bitch. Knuckles going bloodless as she white-knuckled the desk's edge, Natalie's jaw furned with grim purpose. Then let's drop the hammer on this son of a bitch, Rollins, time's wasting, and there's no telling who else could get chewed up in the gears. Meaty palm raised in a halting gesture, Rollins's face was etched with stony determination. I'm picking up what you're laying down, Nat, just let me get the gears turning on a warrant. We'll assemble the cavalry and come down on that place like the left hand of God Almighty, put Delaney and his whole depraved circus in the ground. As Rollins charged off, a man on a mission, to marshal the troops, Natalie collapsed back into the chair's lumpy embrace. Fatigue settled over her like a leaden shroud, the toll of the long and twisted road to this precipice finally registering. She glanced out the smudged precinct window at the slumbering city, a glittering jewel box cloaked in midnight fog. How many lost girls were out there right now, drifting like ghosts, all their shining promise snatched away? They'll drift no more, Nat vowed silently. Not after tonight. With hands that trembled imperceptibly, she fished her phone from the depths of her pocket and tapped out a message to Ethan. We got the bastard dead to rights, Ethan. Delaney's the devil in the details. The enlightened path is nothing but a Trojan horse for something far more insidious. Rollins is getting the ball rolling on a warrant. The cavalry's coming in loaded for bear, and we're going to blast the lid off that place. Just hang tough a little longer, partner. We're coming for you and Olivia, come hell or high water. Sit tight. The nightmare's almost over. Thumb jabbing the send button like she was launching a nuclear strike, Natalie heaved out a shuddering breath. Beyond the grimy precinct windows, San Francisco sprawled out in all its shadowy, fog-shrouded glory, a city of hidden things, where secrets grew in the dark like poisoned mushrooms. But for the first time in too damn long, Natalie nurtured the fragile ember of hope in her breast. The ugly, unvarnished truth was in the wind now, out of the shadows, and into the searing light of day. All that remained was to grasp the nettle, to storm the Bastille of the enlightened path, and liberate the used and abused innocents within. The time had come to slay the monster, to drive a stake through the heart of this waking nightmare once and for all. And by God, Natalie almost pitied anyone foolhardy enough to stand in their way. Almost. Chapter 15. The Escape Plan. Ethan's heart pounded in his chest, the sound of his pulse thrumming in his ears as he and Sophia huddled in the shadows of the meditation gardens. The scent of blooming jasmine hung heavy in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the damp soil beneath their feet. Moonlight filtered through the leaves overhead, casting a faint silvery glow on their tense faces as they carefully reviewed the plan they had meticulously orchestrated. Sophia's voice was barely above a whisper, her words carried on a shaky breath. "Are you sure about this, Ethan?" Her brow furrowed, eyes shadowed with a tempestuous mix of fear and determination. She gripped his forearm, fingers digging into his skin through the thin fabric of his shirt. Ethan could feel the dampness of her palm, slick with nervous perspiration despite the cool night air. He met her penetrating gaze, his own eyes glinting like shards of obsidian in the darkness, jaw clenched with unwavering resolve. He gave a short, sharp nod. "We don't have a choice, Sophia. Olivia's life is in danger." The words escaped him in a low, urgent hiss, each syllable precise, and weighted with the gravity of their situation, as if even the slightest misspoken phrase could shatter the fragile secrecy enshrouding them. "We need to get her out of here as soon as possible, before Gabriel realizes what we're up to." Sophia's fingers twitched against Ethan's arm, and a shuddering breath escaped her lips. She squeezed her eyes shut for a long moment, as if steeling herself, before fixing him with a fierce stare, determination hardening her delicate features into a mask of resolve. "I'm with you," she said, voice low but unwavering. "No matter what." She searched his face, eyes roving over the lines of tension etched into his brow, the tautness of his jaw. "Tell me what I need to do." Ethan glanced around furtively, ears straining for any sound that would indicate an unwanted presence invading their clandestine meeting. Sensing no disturbance, he leaned in closer until he could feel Sophia's rapid breath ghosting against his cheek. The faint scent of her perfume, something light and floral, nearly overpowered by the intensity of the jasmine, tickled his nose. "Keep an eye on Olivia," he murmured, words barely audible even in the stillness of the garden. "Don't let her out of your sight, not even for a second, but don't let on that anything's up. We can't risk tipping our hand." He grasped Sophia's shoulder, feeling the tension thrumming through her slender frame. His touch was meant to reassure, to fortify, a tangible reminder that they were in this together. Partners in this precarious dance with danger. "I'll handle everything else," Ethan continued, voice low and intent. "Gathering the evidence, coordinating with Natalie on the outside to set up the extraction. But we're racing against the clock here, Sophia. Every minute counts." Sophia nodded, a sharp jerk of her chin. The movement sent a stray curl tumbling across her forehead, but she didn't seem to notice. Her eyes never left Ethan's, pupils blown wide in the dim light, a maelstrom of emotions swirling in their depths, fear, determination, the faintest glimmer of something fierce and protective when he mentioned Olivia's name. "I won't let her out of my sight," she vowed, voice ringing with quiet intensity. Her fingers twitched again, nails biting into Ethan's forearm with almost bruising force before she caught herself and gentled her grip. A beat of strain, silence passed, the weight of all the unspoken words, the barely leashed anxiety and dread, pressing down on them like a physical force. Sophia worried her lower lip between her teeth, brow creasing as she visibly struggled with something. "Ethan." His name fell from her lips on a ragged whisper. She swallowed hard. "Promise me you'll be careful. I don't trust Gabriel. I think he's starting to suspect something's off." Ethan's gut clenched, and a frisson of unease skittered down his spine. He knew Sophia was right. He'd felt the weight of Gabriel's gaze on him lately, coldly assessing, calculating. It made his skin crawl, set his nerves on a razor's edge. But he couldn't let Sophia see the chink in his armor, the fear threaded beneath his staunch facade of determination. He needed her focused, needed her steady and unwavering if they had any hope of pulling this off. So he summoned up a ghost of his usual cocky smirk, letting it play about his lips, even as his eyes remained hard and glinting in the moonlight. "I'm always careful," he drawled, injecting a note of wry humor into his voice despite the tension thrumming through his veins. "It's part of my roguish charm." Something flickered in Sophia's gaze, a flash of fond exasperation mingled with genuine worry. The corner of her mouth twitched, not quite a smile, but something close. "I mean it, Ethan." Her voice was low, rasping with intensity. "Watch your back. I don't want to have to break in a new partner after all this." Ethan's smirk softened into something a little more real, a little more vulnerable. He squeezed her shoulder one last time before releasing his grip and stepping back. "I will now go before someone notices we're gone." With a final nod, Sophia slipped away, melting into the shadows of the garden like mist dissolving beneath the sun's glare. Ethan watched until he could no longer make out even the vaguest outline of her silhouette among the foliage, before sucking in a deep breath, steeling himself for what came next. As her footsteps faded, Ethan felt a leaden weight settle in his gut, a pang of guilt and concern that made his stomach churn. He knew the risks they were taking were immense, the stakes higher than they'd ever been. But the thought of Olivia, of her safety being compromised, her very life hanging in the balance, spurred him on, stoking the fires of his determination to see this through, no matter the cost. Heart still racing, Ethan made his way back to his cabin, every sense on high alert. The crunch of gravel underfoot sounded unnaturally loud in the stillness of the night, each footfall a cacophonous betrayal of his presence. He winced at every errant snap of a twig, every susurrous rustle of leaves, half expecting to feel the cold bite of a gun barrel pressed against his spine, or the bruising grip of hands wrenching his arms behind his back. But he made it to his room unaccosted, slipping inside and locking the door with a soft snick that sounded deafening in the taut silence. For a moment he simply leaned back against the door, eyes slipping shut as he drew in a shuddering breath, trying to calm the wild gallop of his heart. Then, with movements made clumsy by the tremor in his fingers, he retrieved the recording device from its hiding place inside the air vent, concealed behind the flimsy metal slats. The small, innocuous black box felt unnaturally heavy in his palm, weighted with the damning secrets it contained. Perching on the edge of the bed, Ethan hunched over the device, thumb flying over the keys as he began to compose his message to Natalie. The words poured out of him, low and urgent, a desperately whispered plea interspersed with terse instructions. "Nat, we've got the goods," he murmured, voice hoarse and scraping like sandpaper against his throat. "All the evidence tying Gabriel to something sinister. Sophia and I have a plan to get Olivia out, but we need your help." He outlined the bones of the escape, each step, each carefully orchestrated move and countermove. But even as he spoke, he could feel the weight of dread pressing down on him, a looming sense of urgency bordering on desperation bleeding into his words. "We're running out of time, Nat. I don't know how much longer we have before Gabriel catches on, and this whole place goes up in flames. You need to move fast." Ethan's brow furrowed, a shadow of foreboding flickering behind his eyes. When he spoke again, his voice was low and intense, heavy with unspoken implications. "And watch your own back. I have a feeling Gabriel's reach extends further than we know, further than we want to believe." The words bitter on his tongue, Ethan ended the message, staring at the device for a long moment. The sense of finality, of irrevocable forward momentum, settled over him like a shroud. With a last, decisive tap of his thumb against the screen, he sent the message winging into the ether, sealing their fate. Exhaling a shaky breath, Ethan sagged back against the wall, scrubbing a hand over his face. Exhaustion pulled at him, but beneath it, a feverish, restless energy sparked along his nerve endings. His head throbbed, temples pounding with the relentless hammer of tension and anxiety. But there was no respite to be found. No time to rest or regroup. The clock was ticking, the final act of this drama poised on a razor's edge. All Ethan could do was grit his teeth and push forward, steeling himself for the trials to come. The coming hours would decide everything: the fate of Olivia, the secrets of the enlightened path, the machinations of Gabriel's twisted empire. The future balanced on the knife's edge between victory and damnation. And Ethan would see it through to the bitter end, whatever the cost. For the sake of the innocent lives hanging in the balance. For the chance to cast light into the shadows and drag the truth, kicking and screaming, into the unforgiving glare of justice. No matter if that truth might very well demand his own soul as its price. There could be no turning back now. The only way out was through, and Ethan would see it through to the bitter end. For Olivia, for the truth, for the chance to finally bring an end to the nightmare they'd all been living, no matter what it might cost him in the end. Chapter 16. The Betrayal. The chill of the winter evening seeped through the rough-hewn logs of Ethan's cabin, but it was the icy fury radiating from Gabriel Rhodes that sent a shiver down his spine. The charismatic leader of the enlightened path stood rigid before Ethan, his angular features cast in sharp relief by the flickering glow of the stone fireplace. Gone was the tranquil, beatific mask Gabriel presented to his acolytes. In its place was a visage of cold, calculating rage, a glimpse of the predator lurking beneath the enlightened veneer. Ethan's heart hammered a staccato rhythm against his ribcage, adrenaline spiking as he met Gabriel's piercing gaze. The faint scent of pine resin and wood smoke hung in the air, but it did little to dispel the suffocating tension that coiled between them. Ethan inhaled deeply, fighting to maintain his composure even as every instinct screamed at him to flee. But there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide from the reckoning that had finally arrived. "Jack Sinclair," Gabriel said, each syllable dripping with menace. He stalked forward, expensive Italian loafers whispering against the hardwood. Or should I say, Ethan Price? A cruel smile curved his lips, transforming his handsome face into something sharp and feral. "I must admit, I'm impressed by your resourcefulness, the way you wormed your way in, pretending to be one of us, one of the enlightened. But did you really think you could infiltrate my sanctuary and uncover my secrets without consequence?" Gabriel's voice was soft, almost conversational, but Ethan heard the steel beneath the silk, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. The firelight played across Gabriel's features, casting half his face in shadow, a chiaroscuro portrait of light and dark, the physical manifestation of the duality within the man himself. Ethan swallowed hard, his mouth suddenly dry as sandpaper. He could feel the weight of Gabriel's stare, the intensity of it boring into him like a drill through bone. "I don't know what you're talking about, Gabriel," he managed, the lie ash on his tongue. "I'm simply a seeker, trying to find the answers I've been searching for." Even to his own ears, the words rang hollow, a flimsy shield against the truth that hung unspoken between them. Oh, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about, Ethan. Gabriel reached into the pocket of his tailored slacks, withdrawing a small, familiar object. Ethan's heart seized as he recognized the recording device he had hidden in the meditation room, the tiny gadget that had been his lifeline to the outside world. Gabriel dangled it between his fingers, his expression a mask of mock disappointment. Your little recording device, your snooping around, your attempts to corrupt the minds of my devoted followers, it's all been quite illuminating. The words hit Ethan like a sucker punch to the gut, driving the breath from his lungs. His mind reeled as the extent of his exposure crashed over him in sickening waves. How long had Gabriel known? How much had he overheard? Ethan's eyes darted to the door, gauging the distance, but he knew it was futile. There was no escape from this snare, no way to outrun the reckoning that had finally caught up to him. And I'm afraid you're not the only one who's been keeping secrets, Gabriel continued, his voice a silken purr. He turned to the doorway expectantly. Ethan followed his gaze, confusion warring with dread, as a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. Time seemed to slow, seconds stretching into eons as Liam stepped into the firelight, his head bowed and shoulders hunched as if under a great weight. A leaden numbness spread through Ethan as realization crashed over him, the pieces of the puzzle falling into sickening place. Liam, the inner circle member he had grown increasingly suspicious of, had been Gabriel's Mo all along. Betrayal, sharp and bitter, rose like bile in Ethan's throat. The revelation shattered the fragile hope he had clung to, the belief that he wasn't alone in this fight, that he had an ally in the heart of Gabriel's twisted empire. I'm sorry, Ethan, Liam whispered, anguish etched into every line of his face. He refused to meet Ethan's eyes, his gaze fixed on the floor as if he could sink into the earth and disappear. But I had no choice. Gabriel knows everything he's known all along. The words pierced Ethan like shards of glass, each confession a barb burrowing beneath his skin. Fury ignited alongside the sting of betrayal, his hands curling into fists at his sides. You bastard, he spat, his voice trembling with barely leashed rage. You played us all. Didn't you strung us along while you fed Gabriel everything? Liam flinched as if struck, his face crumpling like a child's under the weight of Ethan's condemnation. I didn't have a choice, he repeated, a broken record skipping on the same pathetic refrain. They were going to kill me if I didn't cooperate. Gabriel chuckled, the sound dark and mirthless. Ah, Liam, always the coward. He shook his head in mock disappointment, clicking his tongue. But you served your purpose well, I suppose. He turned back to Ethan, all traces of false levity vanishing, as his expression hardened into something cold and implacable. It was a clever ruse, I'll give you that, but in the end, all your efforts were for nothing. Just like Natalie and your little band of so-called truth-seekers, you failed. Ethan's stomach lurched at the mention of Natalie, fear and despair warring within him. If Gabriel knew about Natalie, about the plan they had so carefully constructed. A chill raced down his spine, dread settling like a stone in his gut. Gabriel closed the distance between them, the heat of his breath ghosting across Ethan's cheek. This close, Ethan caught the faint scent of something beneath the man's expensive cologne, a whiff of decay, the stench of rotting souls. What are you going to do to us? Ethan asked, hating the way his voice cracked, betraying the terror churning within. A smile slithered across Gabriel's face, his eyes alight with cruel anticipation. Oh, Ethan, he purred, his voice a lover's caress. You'll find out soon enough, but I can assure you, it won't be pleasant. He nodded to the shadows beyond the door. At his silent command, two hulking figures emerged, a Gabriel's personal security detail. They lumbered forward, heavy boots thudding against the hardwood like war drums, their faces blank and pitiless. Rough hands seized Ethan, yanking his arms behind his back with brutal efficiency. He struggled instinctively, but it was like fighting against the tide, inevitable and utterly futile. As the henchman dragged him toward the door, Ethan caught a final glimpse of Liam's anguished face, a mirror of his own despair. And then the icy fingers of the winter night closed around him, and the cabin was swallowed by the darkness. As Ethan was hauled into the unknown, a final, desperate prayer escaped his lips, vanishing into the uncaring night. Let Natalie find me. Please, God, let her find me in time. But in his heart, Ethan feared that God, like hope, had forsaken them all. Chapter 17. The Rescue. The sound of screeching tires and flashing sirens echoed through the serene wilderness of the Enlightened Path Retreat Center as Natalie and Detective Rollins led a team of heavily armed police officers towards the compound. The once tranquil atmosphere was shattered by the cacophony of urgency, the peaceful chirping of birds replaced by the crackle of radios and the pounding of boots against the earth. Motes of dust swirled in the beams of sunlight that slanted through the canopy of leaves overhead, disturbed by the sudden intrusion of vehicles into this remote sanctuary. The scent of pine needles and wildflowers mingled with acrid whiffs of gasoline and hot metal as the police cars skidded to a stop, doors slamming open with sharp cracks like gunshots. "Move in! Move in!" Rowlands barked into his radio, his eyes narrowed with determination, his brow furrowed with the weight of the task at hand. "We've got a hostage situation, so be prepared for anything." The grizzled detective's face was etched with deep lines, a testament to the long years he'd spent facing down the worst of humanity. His salt and pepper hair was cropped close to his skull, and his steel-gray eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he surveyed the retreat center's rustic wooden buildings and manicured grounds. Natalie's heart pounded in her chest, a relentless drumbeat that threatened to drown out all other sounds. She could feel the adrenaline coursing through her veins, a surge of energy that fueled her determination to rescue Ethan and Olivia from the clutches of the Enlightened Path's sinister leaders. Her hands gripped her weapon tightly, the cool metal a reassuring presence against her sweaty palms. She inhaled deeply, tasting the tang of fear and anticipation on the back of her tongue. The weight of her Kevlar vest pressed against her chest, a tangible reminder of the danger they were about to face. She glanced at Rollins, taking comfort in his solid, unflappable presence by her side. As the police vehicles screeched to a halt just outside the retreat center's gates, kicking up clouds of dust and gravel, Natalie and Rollins leapt from their seats, their movements swift and purposeful. The officers quickly fanned out, securing the perimeter with practiced efficiency, their faces etched with grim determination. Boots crunched on the gravel path as they advanced, weapons at the ready, eyes scanning for any signs of movement. The only sounds were the rasp of their breathing and the faint rustle of wind through the trees. An eerie stillness had descended over the compound, as if it were holding its breath in anticipation. Natalie and Rollins approached the gates, their weapons drawn, their eyes scanning the compound for any signs of movement. The air was thick with tension, the silence broken only by the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze and the distant murmur of the officers' radios. The gates loomed before them, tall and imposing, a barrier between the outside world and the sinister secrets that lay within. The wrought iron bars were weathered and rusted, twined with tendrils of ivy that seemed to writhe and pulse with a life of their own. Rollins raised a megaphone to his lips, his voice booming across the serene landscape, shattering the eerie calm. "This is the police, Gabriel Rhodes, and all Enlightened PAF personnel. Come out with your hands up. We have you surrounded." His words echoed off the compound's walls, reverberating through the stillness like a thunderclap. For a moment, there was no response, only the faint whisper of the breeze and the distant call of a bird. Natalie's heart hammered in her chest, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts as she waited for a sign, any sign, of life within. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, the silence stretching out like an endless chasm. Then, as if on cue, chaos erupted. Gunfire crackled from within the compound, the sound sharp and jarring against the tranquil backdrop. Gabriel's loyal followers, their faces contorted with a fervor bordering on madness, opened fire, determined to defend their sanctuary at all costs. Bullets whizzed past Natalie's head, slamming into the ground at her feet with puffs of dirt and debris. She could hear the sharp intake of breath from the officers around her as they ducked for cover, returning fire with a deafening roar of their own. Natalie and Rollins ducked for cover, their own weapons blazing as they returned fire. The air was filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder, the sound of bullets ricocheting off the compound's walls and the surrounding trees. The clash of the two sides echoed through the mountains, a symphony of sirens, shouting, and the deafening crack of rifles. Smoke billowed from the compound's windows, painting the sky with an ominous black cloud. The ground shook with the force of explosions, the earth itself seeming to tremble with the violence of the battle. Debris rained down around them, splinters of wood and shards of glass that glinted in the sunlight like deadly confetti. "We need to get inside," Natalie yelled to Rollins, her voice straining to be heard above the din of battle. Her eyes were wild with urgency, her face streaked with sweat and grime. "Ethan and Olivia are still in there." Her words were punctuated by the sharp crack of a bullet whizzing past her ear, so close she could feel the heat of its passage. She flinched instinctively, her heart leaping into her throat as she pressed herself closer to the scant cover of the police car. Rollins nodded grimly, his jaw clenched, his eyes hard with resolve. "I'm calling in backup and air support. We'll breach the compound, but we need to be careful. Those fanatics are willing to die for their cause." He barked orders into his radio, his voice taut with urgency as he called for reinforcements. The whir of helicopter blades soon filled the air, the downdraft from their rotors whipping Natalie's hair into a frenzy as they circled overhead. As the reinforcements arrived, the sound of helicopter blades whirring overhead, Natalie and the police force stormed the retreat center, battling their way through a gauntlet of armed guards and desperate followers. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the cries of the wounded, the ground slick with blood and spent shell casings. But Natalie pressed on, her sole focus on reaching Ethan and Olivia, her heart pounding in time with the rhythm of her footsteps. Sweat poured down her face, mingling with the grime and soot that caked her skin. Her chest burned with the strain of exertion, her muscles screaming in protest as she vaulted over fallen debris and dodged the hail of bullets that seemed to come from every direction. The retreat center's once peaceful grounds had been transformed into a war zone, the manicured lawns and tranquil gardens now littered with the detritus of battle. Broken glass crunched underfoot, mingling with the spent shells and the bodies of the fallen. The coppery scent of blood hung heavy in the air, a sickening, cloying odor that made Natalie's stomach churn. Amidst the chaos, Natalie glimpsed a group of people fleeing into the rugged terrain of the surrounding mountains, their figures small and distant against the vast expanse of wilderness. Squinting against the glare of the sun, she recognized Ethan and Sophia, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and determination, as they desperately guided a terrified Olivia and a handful of other retreat members to safety. "There they are," Natalie shouted, her voice hoarse with emotion, waving to Ethan, her heart leaping with a surge of hope. "Rollins, we need to cut them off before they get too far." Tears of relief stung her eyes as she watched them scramble up the rocky hillside, their movements labored and desperate. They were so close, so tantalizingly close, if only she could reach them before Gabriel's men did. The detective nodded, barking orders to his team as they gave chase, their boots pounding against the rocky ground, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. Natalie ran alongside them, her lungs burning, her heart hammering in her chest, the wind whipping through her hair. They had to reach Ethan and the others before Gabriel's men did, before the unthinkable could happen. The terrain grew increasingly treacherous as they climbed, the path narrowing to a treacherous ledge that wound its way along the side of the mountain. Loose rocks skittered underfoot, threatening to send them tumbling into the yawning chasm below. Natalie's breath came in ragged gasps, her legs trembling with exhaustion as she forced herself to keep moving, to keep pushing forward. The pursuit led them deep into the wilderness, the terrain growing increasingly treacherous, the path winding through dense thickets and over jagged boulders. Natalie caught glimpses of the fleeing group, their figures growing smaller in the distance, their movements growing more labored as they navigated the unforgiving landscape. But she refused to give up, pushing herself harder, faster, her muscles screaming with exertion, her breath coming in ragged gasps. They were so close, and she couldn't bear the thought of losing them now, not after everything they'd been through. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the landscape in a golden glow, the shadows lengthening and deepening, Natalie and the police finally caught up to Ethan and the others. They surrounded the group, their weapons drawn, their faces tense with anticipation. But Natalie's eyes were only for her partner, who stood protectively in front of Olivia, his expression a mix of relief and grim determination, his shoulders sagging with exhaustion. She drank in the sight of him, her heart swelling with a flood of emotions too tangled to name. He was battered and bruised, his clothes torn and stained with dirt and blood, but he was alive. Alive and standing before her, his eyes meeting hers with a look of such profound relief and gratitude that it stole the breath from her lungs. "Ethan," Natalie cried, her voice thick with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears of relief. She rushed forward, closing the distance between them, her heart swelling with a profound sense of gratitude and love. "Are you all right?" He nodded, a weary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he opened his arms to her. She fell into his embrace, burying her face in the crook of his neck as she clung to him, her body shaking with the force of her sobs. He held her tightly, his own breath hitching as he pressed his face into her hair. Ethan nodded, his eyes shining with a mixture of pride and exhaustion, his face streaked with sweat and grime. "We made it, Nat," he said, his voice hoarse but steady. "Now let's get these people to safety." He turned to the group of survivors huddled behind him, his expression softening as he took in their haunted, exhausted faces. Olivia clung to Sophia, her small frame racked with sobs as the adrenaline began to fade, leaving only the raw, aching wound of trauma in its wake. As the police began securing the area and tending to the weary, frightened retreat members, offering words of comfort and reassurance, Natalie pulled Ethan into a fierce embrace, her arms wrapping tightly around him, her face buried in the crook of his neck. She inhaled deeply, breathing in his familiar scent, the warmth of his body against hers a balm to her frayed nerves. She could feel the steady thrum of his heartbeat against her chest, the rise and fall of his breathing as he held her close. In that moment, nothing else mattered, not the chaos of the battle, not the long road of recovery that lay ahead. All that mattered was that they were together, alive and whole, their bond stronger than ever. "I'm so glad you're okay," she whispered, her voice trembling, her heart overflowing with a profound sense of relief and love. "I was so worried about you." He tightened his arms around her, his lips brushing against her temple in a tender kiss. "I knew you'd come for us, Nat," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "I never doubted it for a second." Ethan returned the hug, his grip tight and reassuring, his breath warm against her ear. "I knew you'd come for us, Nat," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "I never doubted it for a second." Together, they turned their attention to the task at hand, their partnership stronger than ever as they worked to ensure the safety of Olivia and the other victims of the Enlightened path's sinister machinations. The road ahead would be long and difficult, the scars left by their ordeal deep and lasting. But with each other by their side, Natalie and Ethan knew they could face whatever challenges lay ahead, their love and dedication a beacon of hope in the darkness. Chapter 18. The Pursuit. The frigid mountain air whipped through Ethan's hair as he led Olivia and the other fleeing retreat members deeper into the rugged wilderness, his eyes scanning the terrain for any sign of their pursuers. The wind howled through the towering pines, their branches swaying violently in the gathering storm. Ethan's heart pounded in his chest, the adrenaline coursing through his veins as he pushed forward, determined to keep Olivia and the others safe. His boots crunched through the snow with each hurried step, the icy crystals glinting in the fading light that filtered through the evergreen canopy. The biting cold nipped at his exposed skin, but Ethan barely registered the discomfort, his mind laser-focused on navigating the treacherous landscape and staying one step ahead of Gabriel's men. Sophia ran beside them, her face flushed with exertion and fear. Her breath came in short, ragged gasps as she struggled to keep pace with Ethan's relentless stride, visible puffs of vapor punctuating each exhalation in the chilled air. Strands of dark hair clung to her sweat-dampened forehead. "I think we lost them for now," she panted, her voice barely audible above the roar of the wind whistling past their ears. She cast a furtive glance over her shoulder, eyes wide and darting. "But Gabriel's men won't give up easily. We need to keep moving." Ethan nodded grimly, his grip tightening on Olivia's arm as she stumbled over an exposed root jutting from the uneven ground. He steadied her, feeling the tension radiating from her trembling form through the layers of her winter jacket, the fear etched into every line of her ghostly pale face. "We can't stop," he said, his voice low and urgent, breath misting in front of his chapped lips. Reaching out with his free hand, he brushed a snowflake from Olivia's wind-tangled hair. "Natalie and the police are on their way, but we have to put as much distance between us and that godforsaken compound as possible." The bedraggled group pressed on, their labored breathing and the crunch of their footsteps on the snow-covered earth the only sounds in the eerie stillness of the forest. The deepening snow drifts tugged at their legs with icy fingers, and the bone-numbing cold seeped in through their clothing, spreading a dull ache through their weary muscles. But Ethan forced the physical misery to the back of his mind, his senses on high alert, adrenaline sharpening his focus as he scanned the shadows between the trees for any signs of movement. A prickle of unease crept up the back of his neck, his instincts screaming that danger lurked just out of sight. The foreboding quiet was shattered by a distant shout echoing through the skeletal branches, and Ethan's blood ran cold. Though faint, the sound was unmistakable, the harsh, guttural voices of men on the hunt, growing closer with each passing second. "They found us," he hissed through clenched teeth, his heart slamming against his ribcage. "Hurry, this way." He ushered the group toward a narrow ravine snaking between the snow-laden pines, the promise of escape beckoning from the other side. But one glance at the steep, jagged rocks and treacherous drop-offs had Olivia balking, her boots skidding on the icy lip of the incline. "Ethan, I don't know if I can do this," she whispered, her voice small and quavering. Ethan squeezed her gloved hand in his, ducking his head to catch her gaze, blue eyes intent and unflinching. "You can, Olivia. I know you can. We have to keep going. No matter what, I'm right here with you, every step." Drawing in a shuddering breath, Olivia gave a jerky nod, fresh determination hardening her delicate features. One by one, the group lowered themselves over the edge of the ravine, scrabbling for purchase as they half climbed, half slid down the icy slope in a barely controlled descent. Rocks skittered out from under their feet, clattering into the shadows far below. White-knuckled, hearts in their throats, they stumbled and slipped and clung to each other, progress agonizingly slow. Ethan tried to ignore the dread gnawing at his gut. The barked orders and pounding footsteps of their pursuers were only getting louder, the thud of boots on snow and rasp of brush growing ever nearer. Olivia's face was etched with terror as Ethan helped her navigate the final stretch of the descent, her fingers clutching at his sleeves hard enough to leave marks even through the thick fabric. "Ethan, I'm so scared," she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper, tears glistening on her lashes. "What's happening?" Ethan's jaw clenched, grim determination settling over him like a shroud as he pulled her trembling form against his chest, his arms banding around her slender frame. "Just keep moving, Olivia," he murmured, his breath hot against the shell of her ear. "Natalie and the cavalry are coming, but we have to get you to safety first." The bedraggled group stumbled on, chests heaving, lungs seared by the frigid air. The narrow chasm of the ravine opened up into a small clearing ringed by towering evergreens, snowdrifts piled around their massive trunks like frozen waves. Ethan scanned the perimeter, pulse kicking up another notch as he caught flickers of movement between the trees, shadows detaching from shadow. Sophia's eyes met his, knowledge and dread passing between them in that split second. Ethan gripped her shoulder, voice rough with urgency. "Take the others and keep going. I'll hold them off as long as I can." Her face crumpled. "No, Ethan, I won't leave you." Tears slipped down her face, carving tracks through the grime. "You have to. Olivia needs you." He gave her a little shake. "Get them out of here. Find Natalie. I'll buy you as much time as I can." Their eyes held, unspoken volumes passing between them, and then she was pulling him into a fierce embrace, her tears soaking into his collar. "Don't you dare die on me," she whispered fiercely. And then they were gone, fading into the trees, Olivia casting one last terrified look over her shoulder. Alone in the clearing, Ethan turned to face the coming storm, a calm sense of purpose settling over him. He would give them this chance, whatever it cost him. The first dark figures materialized out of the swirling snow, weapons glinting, murder in their cold eyes. Ethan reached for his gun, wrapping his hand around the familiar weight, his heartbeat slowing until he could feel each solitary pulse between breaths. The world receded to that singular point of focus. He had played his part. The rest was up to fate now. In one fluid motion, he raised his weapon, and sighted down the barrel at the lead figure. As Gabriel's men closed in, their weapons raised and ready, Ethan steeled himself for the battle to come. He could feel the weight of his responsibility pressing down on him, the lives of Olivia and the others hanging in the balance. But he refused to let fear consume him, his resolve hardening with each passing second. He would fight to the bitter end, no matter the cost. For Olivia, for Sophia, for all those who had suffered at the hands of Gabriel and his twisted cult. Ethan drew in a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he faced his enemies head-on. The first shot rang out, shattering the silence of the forest. And with it, the battle for survival began. Chapter 19. The Final Confrontation. The wind screamed through the ravine like a banshee's wail, whipping Ethan's dark hair into his narrowed eyes as he faced off against Gabriel Rhodes and his contingent of heavily armed henchmen. Snow crystals swirled through the icy air, stinging Ethan's chiseled face. The tension was palpable, like the thrum of a high-voltage wire. The only sound was the crunch and squeak of combat boots, compressing the fresh white powder, blanketing the rocky ground. Ethan could feel the bone-chilling cold seeping through the layers of his black leather jacket and tactical gear, numbing his skin, but it was nothing compared to the leaden dread that gripped his pounding heart. He knew this was the moment of truth he had been careening towards ever since he first set foot in the enlightened path's web of deceit. All the undercover work, the close calls and narrow escapes, the lies and betrayals, it had all led to this final confrontation in a remote ravine in the dead of winter. Winner takes all. His intense sapphire eyes scanned the grim, shadowed faces of the men before him. Their expressions were a study in contrasts, some openly smug and gloating, others coiled with barely suppressed rage and violence simmering just beneath the surface. Gabriel stood at the center of the pack, his posture relaxed but his cold, piercing eyes glinting with predatory intensity, like a hawk eyeing a mouse. Ethan's gaze darted from one threatening figure to the next as his agile mind raced through scenarios, searching for a way out of this seemingly impossible situation. They outnumbered him 5-1, but he wouldn't let himself succumb to the tendrils of despair snaking through his guts. Too much was at stake. The thought of Olivia and the other innocents caught in the cult's crosshairs, escaping to freedom, steeled his resolve, and sent a surge of determined adrenaline singing through his veins. Well, if it isn't the elusive Ethan Price, Gabriel drawled, a sardonic smile playing on his chiseled features as he languidly stroked the razored edge of his hunting knife. I must say, I'm impressed by your tenacity, but it ends here, my slippery friend. His voice hardened to flint on the last sentence. There's nowhere left for you to run. Ethan gritted his teeth, molars grinding together as his gloved fingers tightened around the grip of the .45 caliber pistol he had managed to retrieve from his ankle holster. The gunmetal was icy against his palm, sapping the warmth even through his glove, but it gave him a crucial sense of power, a glimmer of hope in the face of staggering odds. He forced a tight, mirthless grin onto his face, never taking his eyes off the mercurial cult leader. It's over, Gabriel, he called over the rising shriek of the wind. Your twisted little empire of manipulation is crumbling as we speak. You can't wriggle your way out of the net this time. You're going to pay for what you've done if it's the last thing I do. His voice rang with conviction, but underneath the bravado, he could feel the first needling hints of doubt. Gabriel's expression darkened like a thundercloud rolling in, the angles of his face sharpening. With a lift of his hand, he signaled his men to close in. They moved with the coordinated precision of a wolf pack, fanning out in a semicircle, dead eyes locked on their target. Boots crunched ominously on the frozen ground, puffs of breath misting in the biting air. "You have no idea the forces you're up against, Ethan," Gabriel said, shaking his head almost pityingly. "This is so much bigger than you can possibly comprehend. The enlightened path is just one tentacle of a much greater beast. You never really had a chance." Ethan's heart raced, thudding against his ribs like a wild thing, trying to break free of a cage, as the wall of goons advanced with calculated menace. Adrenaline surged through his bloodstream in a scalding tide, honing his senses to a razor's edge and electrifying his reflexes. The moment seemed to dilate and stretch as his mind processed every detail with crystalline clarity: the gleam of pitiless eyes, the glint of weapons, the flutter of a crow's oily wings as it streaked across the colorless sky. He knew with a bone-deep, unshakable certainty that this was it, the final showdown that would determine not just his own fate, but that of everyone who had been ensnared in the enlightened path's tangled web of deceit and exploitation. Natalie, Olivia, Rollins, and all the innocent people counting on him to expose the truth and bring the perpetrators to justice. The weight of that responsibility settled like an anvil on his shoulders, but he straightened his spine and hefted it without flinching. He had come too far to buckle now. The snap of a twig underfoot made Ethan whirl around, weapon raised, finger tightening on the trigger, but it was just the capricious wind playing tricks on him, making a branch sway. His nerves were strung tighter than piano wire, every sense strained to the breaking point. The tension was a living, breathing thing, coiled and ready to strike like a rattlesnake. Suddenly, the roar of engines and the rapid pop-pop-pop of semi-automatic gunfire ripped through the relative stillness, echoing off the steep granite walls of the ravine. Ethan's eyes widened as he caught flashes of police vehicles barreling down the dirt road carved into the side of the gorge, tires spraying dirt and gravel. The kaleidoscope of red and blue emergency lights bounced wildly off boulders and tree trunks, turning the snow the lurid color of blood and bruises. Natalie Erickson and Captain Rollins were leading the charge, faces set in twin masks of fierce determination behind the spiderweb windshield as they veered into the open, weapons drawn and ready. Rollins leaned out the window of the speeding SUV, taking deadly aim with his department-issued AR-15. "It's over, Gabriel." Rowan's commanding baritone boomed across the harsh terrain, somehow cutting through the barrage of gunfire and the howling of the wind. "Drop your weapons and surrender. There's nowhere to run this time." For a fraction of a second, Gabriel's mask of arrogance wavered, a flicker of doubt and fear passing behind his eyes, like clouds scudding across the face of the moon. But then his patrician features hardened into a rictus snarl of feral rage, and he whirled around with superhuman speed, bringing his own semi-automatic rifle to his shoulder in one fluid motion. "You'll never take me alive, you self-righteous pigs." Gabriel's scream, all pretense of civility and charm stripped away to reveal the rabid, megalomaniacal beast beneath. His eyes glinted with the fanatical light of a man with nothing left to lose. "I am the way and the truth. The enlightened path will never die." All hell broke loose as a withering hail of bullets erupted from both sides, the percussive roar drowning out all other sound. The air became choked with drifting gun smoke, reeking of cordite, while ejected shell casings pinged and rattled across the rocks. Ethan flung himself behind the meager cover of a granite boulder, heart jackhammering against his ribs as he risked a peek over the top, desperate for a glimpse of Natalie in the chaos. Bullets whined and cracked as they ricocheted off the stone, uncomfortably close to his head. Ethan flinched as a chip of rock grazed his cheekbone, feeling the burn and dribble of blood from the fresh cut. Over the crackle of gunfire, he could hear the guttural cries of the wounded, the the grunts of effort as men fired and reloaded with practiced speed, the boom and clatter of firearms. The wind picked up force as the battle raged, pelting them with flung fistfuls of snow. The blizzard was rolling in faster than anticipated, shrouding the conflict in eerie, spectral white. Fat flakes swirled and eddied, reducing visibility to mere feet and turning the world into an indistinct blur of black and gray and blinding pale. Icy particles stung Ethan's cheeks, clung to his eyelashes, as he squeezed off round after round, aiming for the shadowy shapes advancing through the storm. He could only pray that Natalie and the other officers had the sense to don their winter tactical gear before rushing headlong into this frozen hell. Ethan's arms ached from the brutal recoil of the pistol in his hands, the metal barrel scorching hot even through his gloves as he fired again and again. His muscles trembled with exhaustion and cold, his lungs burned from gulping down the frigid, acrid air. But he couldn't stop. Not now. Not when they were so close to ending this madness once and for all. He surged up from behind the boulder with a hoarse, wordless cry of defiance, firing as he advanced on Gabriel's position. The cult leader was down to a single thug, the others scattered or wounded by the onslaught, but that one man was making Gabriel's escape, using his own body as a human shield as he hauled him toward one of the Enlightened Path's battered SUVs. Ethan raised his pistol, sighting down the barrel at the guard's center mass, and hesitated. In that split second, everything seemed to crystallize with a strange, heavy clarity. He saw the stark fear in the man's eyes, the panic quiver of his lips, as he fumbled with the door handle, the treacherous sheen of the icy ground beneath their boots. In that frozen fraction of time, Ethan found himself weighing the stark calculus of necessity against the stirring of his long-buried conscience. Could he look himself in the mirror after shooting an unarmed man in the back, criminal or not? Could he cross that final, irrevocable line and still call himself one of the good guys? Just as the moment poised on the knife's edge of decision, a shot cracked from behind him, startling in its suddenness. The guard crumpled to the snowy earth in an untidy heap, a bloom of crimson spreading across the white canvas of his parka. Ethan. It was Natalie, skidding to a stop beside him, her auburn hair whipping across her face in the unrelenting wind. Her weapon was up and aimed squarely at Gabriel, who had fallen to his knees beside his fallen henchman, blood from a graze spreading along his hairline. We need him alive. The wail of police sirens swelled in the background as more cruisers navigated the treacherous turn into the narrow ravine, disgorging black-clad SWAT officers who swarmed in and officially restrained the remaining cultists, including Gabriel. Rowlands approached at a trot and clapped a rough hand on Ethan's shoulder, looking him over with a critical eye. Hell of a job, Price, but you look like shit. Ethan huffed a laugh that devolved into a cough, suddenly feeling every bruise and scrape and pulled muscle as the adrenaline began to ebb away. You really know how to make a guy feel appreciated, Chief. He shook off his hand and limped toward the squad car where Gabriel was being loaded, wanting one last look at the man who had orchestrated so much suffering, so much misery and abuse, all to feed his own deluded ambition and egotism. Their eyes met through the fogging window, and Ethan felt a grim satisfaction at the glassy defeat he saw there. As the snow continued to fall in blinding curtains of white, offloading the surrounding peaks, Ethan knew they had won more than a physical battle today. They had defeated an insidious evil, striking a blow for truth and justice and the indomitable resilience of the human spirit. Turning to Natalie, he managed a crooked, weary smile and pulled her into a fierce, exultant embrace. They had done it. Together. And now, finally, there would be a chance for healing to begin. Chapter 20. The Aftermath and New Beginnings. The storm had finally passed, leaving in its wake a scene of devastation and triumph. Ethan stood amidst the rubble, his clothes torn and tattered, his body aching from the countless blows he had endured. Yet despite the physical toll, his eyes gleamed with a quiet resolve, a fire that refused to be extinguished. He surveyed the aftermath of the battle, taking in the destruction that surrounded him. The once pristine grounds of the Enlightened Path Retreat Center lay in ruins, a testament to the violent clash that had transpired. Shattered windows gaped like jagged wounds, their glass littering the earth like glittering tears. Splintered wood and debris were strewn across the landscape, the remnants of shattered furniture and fractured walls. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke, its tendrils curling lazily towards the sky, mingling with the metallic tang of blood that hung heavy in the air. Amidst the chaos, Ethan's gaze fell upon Gabriel Rhodes, the mastermind behind the sinister operation. The man who had once radiated an aura of charisma and power now lay subdued, his arms wrenched behind his back, his face a mask of defiance and defeat. His expensive suit was rumpled and stained, his carefully coiffed hair disheveled and matted with sweat. Rhodes' henchmen huddled nearby, their loyalty shattered like the broken windows that surrounded them. Some glared with barely contained anger, their fists clenched and their jaws tight. Others hung their heads in resignation, the fight drained from their bodies as they faced the inevitable consequences of their actions. The sound of approaching footsteps drew Ethan's attention, and he turned to see Natalie and Detective Rollins picking their way through the debris. Natalie's hair was a wild tangle, a bruise blooming on her cheek like a mottled flower. Yet her eyes shone with the same fierce determination that had carried them through this ordeal, a fire that burned bright despite the darkness they had faced. Detective Rollins walked with a slight limp, his face etched with grim satisfaction as he surveyed the scene. "It's over, Ethan," Natalie said, her voice soft but firm as she reached his side. She placed a hand on his shoulder, the warmth of her touch, a reassuring presence amidst the chaos. "We got them, the whole rotten operation." Ethan let out a weary sigh, his shoulders sagging slightly under the weight of the revelation. He shook his head, disbelief etched into every line of his face. "I can't believe it," he murmured, his voice barely audible above the distant wail of sirens. "All this time, and it was Delaney pulling the strings the whole time." Detective Rollins nodded, his brow furrowed as he cast a glance towards the bound figures. "We've got Delaney and his associates in custody," he confirmed, his voice gruff with satisfaction. "They're facing some serious charges of money laundering, human trafficking, the whole 9 yards. The FBI is going to have a field day with this one." A flicker of grim satisfaction ignited in Ethan's chest, a sense of justice finally being served. "Good," he said, his voice low and intense, his eyes hardening with resolve. "They deserve every bit of it, the lives they've ruined, the pain they've caused. It's about time they face the consequences." Natalie's grip on Ethan's arm tightened, her gaze filled with warmth and pride as she looked at her partner. "You did good, Ethan," she said, her words infused with a quiet strength. "We couldn't have done it without you, your dedication, your willingness to put yourself on the line. It made all the difference." A small smile tugged at the corners of Ethan's lips, the weight of the ordeal beginning to lift from his shoulders. His gaze drifted towards the group of shaken retreat members, their faces etched with a mix of relief and lingering trauma. Olivia sat among them, wrapped in a blanket, her eyes haunted by the horrors she had witnessed. Victoria knelt beside her, murmuring words of comfort as she held the trembling girl close. "How is she?" Ethan asked, his voice barely above a whisper, his heart clenching at the sight of Olivia's fragile state. Shaken, but safe, Natalie replied, following his gaze. Victoria's with her. They're both grateful to you and the others for getting her out of there. You saved her life, Ethan. You gave her a second chance. Ethan nodded, swallowing hard as emotion threatened to overwhelm him. I'm just glad we made it in time, he said, his voice thick with the weight of their actions. No one deserves to go through what she did, what any of them did. As the cleanup and investigation continued around them, Ethan and Natalie took a moment to reflect on the case that had tested them to their limits. The Enlightened path's sinister secrets had been laid bare, the depths of their depravity exposed for all to see. The ripple effects of their exposure would be felt for years to come, a stark reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of society. In the aftermath, new legislation and support systems were put in place, a glimmer of hope amidst the wreckage. The public's awareness of the dangers of cults and manipulative organizations was heightened, sparking a wave of grassroots movements and advocacy efforts. The Enlightened path had been dismantled, its leaders facing the full force of the law, and Ethan and Natalie's partnership had been forged even stronger through the trials they had faced. As they prepared to head back to San Francisco, Ethan turned to Natalie, his expression one of gratitude and determination. The sun began to peek through the dissipating clouds, its warm rays filtering through the ruins, casting a golden glow across the ravaged landscape. You know, Nat, he said, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, I think this is just the beginning. There are more mysteries out there, more wrongs to right. We've seen the darkness that exists in this world, but we've also seen the strength of the human spirit, the power of resilience and hope. Are you ready for the next chapter? Natalie's lips curved into a smile, her eyes shining with the same unwavering spirit that had carried them through this ordeal. She reached out, clasping Ethan's hand in a firm grip, a symbol of their unbreakable bond. Absolutely, she said, her voice ringing with conviction. Let's go home, partner. The future awaits, and we'll face it together, one case at a time. With a final glance at the scene behind them, Ethan and Natalie turned towards the horizon, their steps in sync as they walked towards the promise of a new dawn. The road ahead would be long and winding, filled with challenges and triumphs, but they knew that together they could weather any storm that came their way. The Enlightened path may have been vanquished, but the fight against injustice was far from over. For Ethan and Natalie, it was just the beginning of a new chapter, a calling that would lead them to the heart of darkness and back again, always guided by the unwavering light of truth and justice. Epilogue, the next chapter. Golden rays of morning sunlight streamed through the large windows of Natalie's office, casting a warm ambience over the sparse but inviting space. The distant sounds of the waking city drifted up from the streets below, honking horns, rumbling delivery trucks, the chatter of pedestrians starting their day. Natalie and Ethan sat facing each other, hands wrapped around steaming mugs of dark roast coffee, the bitter aroma swirling with notes of old paper and Natalie's subtle jasmine perfume. Ethan slouched back in the slightly squeaky chair, his gaze roving around the familiar room, the jam-packed bookshelves, the framed news clippings and photos, Natalie's prized African violets blooming on the windowsill. The corner of his mouth lifted in a half-smile. You know, it's funny, he said, voice tinged with reminiscence. After everything we've been through, coming back here almost feels like stepping into another world. Natalie sipped her coffee, closing her eyes for a brief moment as if to fully take in the sensation of being back in her regular surroundings again, She nodded slowly, opening her eyes to meet Ethan's. It's like we've been living in a different reality for the past few months, but now, being back in the city, back in this office. Her eyes swept the room, catching on small details, the way the sun glinted off her nameplate, the familiar clutter of her desk. She shrugged his shoulder. It's a reminder that life goes on even after the craziest of experiences. A wry chuckle escaped Ethan's lips before he took a long gulp of the strong brew, savoring the warmth spreading through his chest. Yeah, well, I don't think I'll ever forget our little adventure with the Enlightened path. That's the kind of thing that sticks with you. His tone was light, but the intensity in his eyes hinted at the impact of their ordeal. Natalie quirked a brow at him, mischief playing at the corners of her mouth. I don't know, I think we've had our fair share of unforgettable cases over the years. The ease of their banter settled over them like a comforting blanket, the rhythms of their long partnership falling back into place. True, Ethan acknowledged, eyes crinkling at the corners. But this one was different. It was personal. The laughter faded from his eyes, replaced by something heavier. A beat of silence stretched between them as they both felt the weight of what they had endured, what they had almost lost. Natalie turned to look out the window, fingers absently tracing the contours of her mug as she watched pigeons wheel through the sky. I still can't believe how close we came to losing everything, she said quietly, barely above a whisper. If we hadn't stopped Gabriel and his followers. She trailed off, leaving the horrible possibilities unsaid. The light pressure of Ethan's hand on her forearm pulled Natalie's gaze back to him. His eyes held hers, warm and steady. Hey, we did stop them, we won, Nat, and we did it together. The ghost of a smile flickered across Natalie's face, gratitude shining in her eyes. You're right, we make a pretty good team, don't we? The best, Ethan said simply, conviction ringing in his words. They lapsed into companionable silence for a few moments, just breathing in the peace of being in each other's presence again after the chaos and danger of their last case. But soon enough, Ethan straightened up, a familiar glint of purpose sparking to life in his eyes. Speaking of teamwork, I just got a call. Looks like we've got a new case. Natalie's eyebrows shot up, curiosity and a touch of wariness in her expression. Oh, and what kind of trouble are we getting ourselves into this time? Leaning forward over Natalie's paper-strewn desk, Ethan lowered his voice as if the walls might have ears. It's a bit of a mystery, a string of disappearances linked to a shadowy organization operating in the city. Apparently, they're targeting vulnerable young adults, luring them in with promises of purpose and belonging. A shadow passed over Natalie's face as a crease formed between her brows. She nodded grimly, already running through potential angles and lines of investigation. Sounds like we've got another cult on our hands. Well, we can't let that stand, can we? Determination hardened her words. Ethan flashed her a conspiratorial grin, the old spark reigniting between them, that sense of being warriors about to ride into battle together. That's what I thought, so what do you say, partner, ready to dive in? He drummed his fingers against his leg, barely able to sit still, eager to get started. In a single motion, Natalie pushed up from her chair, knocking back the rest of her now tepid coffee like a shot of liquid motivation. She set the empty mug down with a resolute clink. Absolutely. Let's go show these bastards that they picked the wrong city to mess with. Her jaw set in a determined line, eyes flashing with the promise of righteous justice. As they went through the familiar motions of gathering files, checking weapons, and shrugging on jackets, an electric current of anticipation hummed in the air around Natalie and Ethan. They strode out of the office shoulder to shoulder, steps perfectly in sync after years of moving as a unit. The door swung shut behind them with a satisfying thud. Out on the sidewalk, the sounds and bustle of the city rose up to meet them, the car engines, snippets of passing conversation, the jangle of a cyclist's bell. Sunlight and shadow streaked the pavement as Natalie and Ethan joined the flow of pedestrians, just two more faces in the crowd, but walking with the coiled readiness of hunters on a scent. Natalie shot Ethan a sidelong glance, a smile playing at her lips despite the grim circumstances that brought them out here. You know, I have a feeling this case is going to be even more challenging than our last one. Ethan just nodded, his profile outlined in stark relief by the sharp morning light. Probably, but that's ever stopped us before. Calm certainty underscored his words. No, it hasn't, Natalie agreed as warmth bloomed in her chest. Pride in what they did, in who they were to each other and to this city. And it won't stop us now. We'll get to the bottom of this, no matter what it takes. Her eyes narrowed resolutely at the challenge ahead. As they walked on, each step carrying them deeper into the labyrinth of streets and secrets of their city, Natalie and Ethan both knew that they were heading into the unknown. But that was nothing new. Danger, deception, and things that went bump in the night were all just part of the job. The important thing was that they moved forward together, an unshakable team. The details of the case would unfold in time. The culprits would be unmasked and brought to account. Justice would be served. That was as certain as the sun rising over the skyscrapers each morning. Because Natalie and Ethan would make it happen through their tireless dedication, their razor-sharp intellects, the strength of their partnership. It was who they were. The future was a blank page waiting to be written, and Natalie and Ethan were ready to fill it with the next chapter of their story, no matter how dark the plot twists got. Shoulder to shoulder, the hunter and the hound, they strode onwards, ready for whatever the world decided to throw at them next. This was only the beginning. The end.